Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Okay. So,
that's all the time we have for today, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We started a little bit late, so we got to wrap up a little early. I hope you enjoyed.
Bye, everybody. All right.
Found out we have a little bit of extra time this week. We just tapped out, so thank you guys for.
Whose fault was it today, Scott? I'm looking over, and we have two missing players we knew wouldn't be here.
I just told you, say goodnight to my daughter. When you're a dad, if you become a dad, then you'll understand.
Such a long drive to get home from saying goodnight.
It's at the top of the stairs. I take a right, go down 2 doors. There she is. You know,
I just see Scott going to like the edge of like a dock, like good night to the water, and like walking back.
Well, that is where I proposed to Brittany, and it is where I got married to Brittany. So I might as well be where I say goodnight to my daughter. So
you know what, Scott? You're wearing maybe one day shirt today. It makes you look a lot better than usual. So you got that going for you.
No, it's a Trappist Brewery shirt. It's look.
That was my
Von
best
Trapp
compliment I could offer you. I tried. Okay,
it's a Von Trapp Brewery, like as in like Von Trapp family, like you know.
Yeah, Admiral Akbar's all over that. It's a trap. Got it.
No, not it's a trap. Von Trapp is it doesn't matter. I don't expect you to understand musicals, Wade, or the history of Austria and Switzerland.
I've seen Annie. I know what musicals are.
Tell me that you know. Okay.
So, everybody, we're going to jump right into a recap of last week, but something exciting is happening with this.
I was like, man, Scott tweeted out the stream, but it was the NFL popping up, so it was not Scott tweeting out the stream. Excellent work.
I went upstairs to say goodnight to my daughter. I ran upstairs. Say goodnight. I can do the recap.
Monster. Oh, go for it. Please do it. God, you doing some work would be nice.
So, doing the recap is very simple. Last session, we met Cam. Cam's an ass. I mean... fame ass. And so he was trying to, what the thing that Cam is famous for is that he's famous for, wow, sorry, give me a second. I will do this recap.
He had a very successful solo run YouTube channel that had millions and millions of subscribers, but Scott was like, actually you don't, you're rebuilding from scratch. So my entire backstory got rewritten by Scott on a whim because he was like,
that can be changed. It's literally just a funny thing where you type Cam and a number goes up. That basic number can be changed with
I was being
not
successful
right now
for once
button.
and you took it from me.
So we had Cam,
in my friend's shadow, just like real life. Thanks, man.
Cam, who was living in his friend's shadow until his friend did something absolutely horrible and screwed up both their careers, rebuilding himself, puts on a YouTube channel. I don't think he actively streams. I think it's a YouTube channel where he covers news of current events and exciting things going on that take place predominantly in California, but you know, the West Coast in general. Well, one of his recent adventures, if you will, or dives into his story, led him to see something. Led him to discover something that he couldn't explain. When he went back to double check the footage, he saw that the footage was edited, something that he himself was very good at doing, and so therefore noticing. He's that person that zooms in on to see if it's photoshopped, like really zooms in and checks the pixel count. Anyways, so he noticed that the video was edited, and so our story literally picked up with him getting into his Tesla Model X, I believe, to drive across
that detail you remember.
Seattle to start investigating the situation. A little bit of investigation led him to realize that somebody wasn't just attacked, which he remembers seeing but has no evidence of. He finds blood at the scene and like a crunched bit of barbed wire and so on. So yay, evidence. Follows plot story, calls cops, throws away a phone, goes to a haunted house and meets Zeke, a doctor that lives in a haunted house. He's not weird, not in the least bit. He's perfectly normal. Define normal.
All-time record shattered. Let's go, chat.
The session takes place. The previous session, just so you know, as a reminder, Wade, because I kept saying Friday or Saturday, it was definitely a Friday because I said you were supposed to upload a video today, but you were so occupied you didn't get to upload it on time, and you said I upload it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I was like, oh, so obviously today's Friday. It's not Friday or Saturday. It's definitively Friday. They went to a place called the Jungle in Seattle, where
Apparently you
there
have duties
is
like I do. We have to upload every day. You can take half.
I'll roll to see if I uploaded.
So what is it? Went to a place called the Jungle that has a lot of homeless people that happen to live there in Seattle. Found out a couple of details. Bumped into a couple of hunters at a dive bar. You did actually? Could you roll again? That's a critical upload, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You don't 10 again in this game, do you? Oh, critically failed. No, you don't 10 again in this one. That's the other edition. Anyways, found out some details. Ends up finding out the 2 people that he was looking into. He has their names. He has full descriptions, even images of one of them, and knows that one of them apparently was a... Pat's character kept calling it something. What was that thing you kept calling it, Pat?
What?
A feral. A feral. Or a therian.
You told me it was a feral.
No, the hunters called it a Therian. We were calling it a feral up until that point.
Yeah, you were calling it feral, and the hunters actually to a Therian. You met the hunters. They also informed you that the one that unfortunately is missing, Aurelius, happens to be a hunter, and as far as you can tell, he's gone. There was lots of blood, and he's gone. Cool. The session ended with you guys kind of like going your separate ways, and we're gonna have a couple of days would have passed as your character had to get back, like you said, you had to get back to editing, get, Friday's video uploaded on Saturday with an apology, Monday's video set to upload, so on and so forth, allowing time for your characters to do a little bit of research. Right before we jump into the story, I do want to say that we are sponsored again tonight, and actually this whole month, by Dodrago Gaming. As part of the... you can do exclamation point sponsor to see how to get a coupon, a 10% discount there. But part of the sponsorship that he's doing for me for this month, I actually got an advent calendar from his thing. So what I'm going to do is at the start and end of every session until these are gone, I'm going to open up one of the little the spots in the advent calendar to see what's inside. I have literally in my entire life never had an advent calendar. When my wife found out about that, she said that was sad. And then she said she'd get me one, and then she forgot to. But so my first ever advent calendar is actually from Dodrago Gaming, which is kind of funny. So
I don't even know what an advent calendar is. Does that make me young or old?
You don't.
Young. Yeah,
How
that's
do you
good.
not know what
Pat,
an advent calendar is?
I know what a calendar is, but I don't even use that. So
an advent calendar is basically got like a bunch of there's a bunch of different ones. There's ones that got beer, they've got with like wine. Typically it's chocolate. And basically you count down to like Christmas. Yeah, it's mainly for religious purpose. It's down to Christmas. Don't go to Christmas
that
Eve.
Might be why.
Yeah.
I was hoping that it would be for that I could use it for today's session, but that's not happening to the first one. So I opened number 1 on the advent calendar, and I got a very Christmas themed, cute little D8. So it is has like little reindeer antlers, has little snowballs or snowflakes on it. So it's a cute little D8. I'm excited for when there's a reindeer on there. Apparently that's the 8. I'm hoping to get a D10 sometime soon so I could actually add it to the ones being rolled. Awesome. So I'll do that at the start of every session, the end of every session. Woo! Dodrago Gaming. Cool. Let us get into the game. Let's go to Pat first. As you get yourself situated. So Pat, as I said, with the end of last session, we can have a few days would have passed for you. Because there's nothing that you're going to be able to have found out instantly, the next day, the next moment, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, investigative work takes time. Things move a little bit slowly, which is kind of a good thing because it gives your characters time to have made checks for what they would have discovered along the way. And you have a business you have to run. That house isn't going to pay for itself, and you have supplies that you need to maintain and so on. So Pat, over the course of the next few days, what would Zeke be doing? Would he continue this investigation into the situation that was brought before you with the injured feral that didn't seem to heal and the silver-lined
I don't know if he would go out of his way to keep investigating it unless Cam asked me to, because I don't think we talked very much until after we left, right?
We didn't really RP much after the hunters, I don't think.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I guess as a mini thing, we don't have to RP it out. Would you have asked me if you hear anything? Because you were Cam was very.
I probably would have said if you hear anything from Aurelius or
if anything weird happens,
or whatever,
let me know, kind of a thing. Because I figured as a content creator, you would want to get the scoop quick, Because that's content, that's views. So if he would have asked me, and probably he would have, I probably would have kept an ear out, but I wouldn't have gone to like fully investigate. It's not really what Zeke does. Yeah, he's a hunter, but not like your typical one. So
Yeah. So again, he focuses more on the patching people up
healing.
and whatnot. Yeah. I kind of see Zeke as being very much a handling what's in front of him, as opposed to searching out what will
Going out of his
inevitably be
way
in front of him.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Which makes sense, but that's okay because you obviously have a bit of a connection with other hunters that are a bit more that way. And as we're going to see when we meet Simon and Vivian, and we've already discovered with Cam himself, right? Cool. So you're just more or less running your business, but that doesn't mean you wouldn't have found some information too. So while Wade is thinking about what his character would have been doing for the past few days, Pat, if you can go ahead and roll me a check real quick. Like you said, you wouldn't have gone out of your way, but I imagine you would have asked questions of random people that came in.
Yeah, without being suspicious or anything, but like
Yep.
what's the word on the street kind of a thing.
Exactly. Yes. So for that, I'm actually going to have you roll for me. It's an investigation plus charisma, which happens to be a weak check for you. You're probably going to fail this.
Yeah, probably. 0 modifiers, correct? Oh wait, we're in my house, so I would get a +1, right?
Yeah, that's if you wanted to use that. Yep.
Cool.
I think it's unlimited for you, anyways. So
Inside my as long as it's in my house. Specifically,
and
surgery room, I guess. If it doesn't say that it has to be specifically, it's the haunted house is a thing, but.
So you wouldn't spend every moment in your house, right? Like obviously at some point in time you have to go out and go grocery shopping. And I imagine when you're picking up supplies at your local Rite Aid or whatever it is, you'd probably be like, so have you seen anything lately? Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like Zeke would be pretty to himself when he's out and about like that because he's very weird to begin with. So he would probably feel comfortable talking to people that are in his course of business, which is not a ton of people. So like if I fail this, it would make sense that he hasn't heard anything because not a lot of people.
Is that a critical success on?
That's 2 crits actually.
You have more successes than you had dice that you rolled. That's hilarious.
I guess I heard
Wade
a lot, didn't I?
Wade wants me to stop the session in the middle of it right now to upload a video to YouTube.
No, the other 6.5 days of the week that exist.
I have a full-time job and I'm a dad.
I'm a dad. I got time for my daughter who's in a lake, but I don't have time for this.
Yeah,
I run 4
it
other
takes time.
sessions to make my own world called Aurora that I stream over on twitch.tv/Dailric, and I had time to make that, but I don't have time to click.
Oh no! That literally, Regicide hasn't had a video uploaded since October or November of last year.
It takes 5 seconds to go to your Twitch VODs and click export. You can export it directly to the YouTube channel.
That is true if it's linked, but because the domain name of Lost Initiative went from Lost Initiative Show to Lost Initiative, it actually causes a mistake where I actually have to have 2 email addresses, and it causes all these crazy problems because of how Mike set it up originally.
And then upload.
So yeah, that would likely happen. But when you press download,
that Friday, I had to download a VOD. You know what I did? Click download and left.
Well. Yeah, but if you leave, your computer goes on sleep mode, then it corrupts the file.
Put on a YouTube video. Put on something.
No, you can literally just keep your PC on. Just go display settings. You can do it power and sleep. You can just literally have it turn off.
But then I'll forget to turn that back off, and my computer will always be on.
Yeah,
it is a bunch of it's a bunch of excuses, absolutely, but every one of them valid. So
it was nice, Flame Burb. I said one nice thing. That's all that redeems.
All right, cool. Let's get back to this. So 5 successes is ridiculous. Like I expected 0 success. I expect fail.
I expected 0, to be honest.
Crit just means that you had at least 2 tenths.
Right. Yeah. My investigation's decent. It's a 2 out of 5, which is pretty good. But I mean, my charisma is a 1 for social.
Yeah,
that makes sense because Zeke is very awkward.
3 dice. I mean, the odds of you getting 1 success were okay, but not 5 is insane. So let's get into the results of this. So you ask some basic questions if anybody had heard any details, so on and so forth. And what kind of questions would you be asking? Like, what are would you be asking specifically about the hunter that has disappeared? Would you be asking about the feral?
Do I have to choose one specific?
I would say well, you got critical success, so I'll give you both. But what would you be leaning into more?
More of the hunter. because I'm a hunter.
Okay, that's
So-
fair. You want to save somebody who's potentially gone, right?
Well,
Cool.
it's more of like a code, you know what I mean? At least that's how the book treats it, is we're all hunters, which is like a webbed family to some degree, even though we have our branches of, whatever.
Yeah.
We're all still
Yeah.
a specialized kind of group of people that do things. So yeah, like that's how at least I'm seeing it. Is there's assholes for sure, but I mean, like, Zeke's not that way. He's caring to some degree.
Even if you had what's what I'm looking for here, even if you had a bit of a competitive nature between your hunter group and another one, you still
Our
wouldn't.
cell and another cell. It's still
Yeah,
helping out the betterment of mankind.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. Of the normies, or what do you want to call them?
So he
The
would
sleeping.
be leaning towards more of, have you heard anything of the hunter?
Yeah, so again, critical success on this one. So our 5 successes, which is more than I ever thought you'd get. So you start asking questions about where, have they seen him, so on and so forth. So I was like, oh yeah, no, actually, I know that guy. He used to always come in and get a prescription. I don't think I've seen him in a while. Listen, you know how it goes. I can't show you his medical records or anything, but just give me a second. And they kind of like disappear behind the counter for like 2 or 3 minutes or so. They come back around front and they're like, yeah, he hasn't picked up his prescription in a while. So yeah, no, he hasn't been here, and like looks like that order was put in a while ago. So he hasn't been here in maybe a week. So no, I haven't seen him. I'm sorry. I do know that he used to hang around with where was it that he used to be? He used to spend some time over in I hate using the phrase, but the jungle. He used to spend some time over there, and you could totally check out that area. Other than that, I mean, there's a clinic down the street from here, to help people come down. And I can't say too much. Let's just say sometimes I would see him walking out of the place when I drove by. Maybe you can check that place out and see if anybody knows anything there.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
thank you. And with that, he would just almost like walk away.
Yeah, of course. And then going to your other question, which would be the feral, because like I said, you got a critical. I'll gladly let you get some information over there too. This would probably be as you're treating people that aren't people at your...
If they have heard anything or anything like that.
Yeah. So I imagine what you would be coming by is you would actually wait for another similar, like a shape-changing creature. So whether it be, we'll say it's a werewolf ends up coming in. The particular werewolf that comes in is somebody who is not by any stretch of the imagination a warrior. This particular werewolf happens to be a bit, booky, if you will. Of course, they still have the touch. They still have the ability to do the full transformations and everything. That's part of what being a werewolf is. But this werewolf, we're not going to make them a contact because that's a whole different thing for you. But to give them a name, his name is Fausen. And when he comes in, having a conversation with him, he kind of swings by because he likes to test his knowledge. Like he keeps herbs and whatnot that he uses for his own practices. He has some spiritual crap that he does you don't know too much about. I don't think you have too high of an occult. Rena's character will probably know more about it when we get introduced to Vivian. But he'll ask you questions about herbs and like when you mix them together, if there's going to be any physiological. So that's like why you know him. Okay. Anyways, when Fausen comes in, and you're kind of asking like, oh, hey, did you hear anything about the brain's not working here, the airport, the fact that the whole barbed wire area in there happens to be, covered in like silver going around. And his response to that would be, one of the members of my pack actually came across that. Didn't hurt themselves, just kind of noticed it when they were traveling through. As far as we can tell, that weren't there about 6 weeks ago, but that came in. I don't know what's changed in that time, but about 6 weeks ago, that popped up. We did our own kind of looking into it. If you could jump high enough, it doesn't affect you. It's not like it's a barrier or anything, but it definitely would catch you off guards if you weren't prepared. And that's kind of like the information you're able to get from Fausen. I assume you wrote down the name and everything, and so moving on from that.
I wrote it down to my own degree of
Yep.
1,000.
That's
I
fine.
tried to look in chat for a second, but I figured that's where you ripped it from.
What, chat? No.
Oh.
There you go. So, anyways,
They said
so
about
yes,
TLDR, they said like 6 weeks ago there was something. But
6
like,
weeks. 6 weeks ago there wasn't silver, and then all of a sudden it was, and just a
specifically the
button off.
airport's fences are all just weirdly defended.
Yep, and then to button that off, you'd ask like, did you see any construction or anything? And no, not that we've been able to look into. Asked around, nothing about it. Weird, right? And then you kind of like, that's the information that you're able to get. The biggest thing that you're able to get is where you could find what's his name. Now for the Aurelius bit, I imagine you would you not swing by that clinic on your own time, or would you want to wait until you met up with Cam? Assuming if you ever met up with him again,
Like
the clinic that you heard that Aurelius has gone by.
Oh no, I would have probably after all of this, I imagine it would have been like a full day's work of just me doing like menial work and then going to get groceries, like you mentioned, or whatnot. And I would have heard most of this. I probably would have gotten home like towards the end of my day, like around like 7, 8 o'clock, I imagine. I probably would have just texted him because I think we did exchange numbers. I actually messaged Wade on DMs. I was like, did we exchange phone numbers? Because I think we did. I just couldn't remember. So I probably would have texted Cam.
I'm almost positive your characters exchanged phone numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would have texted him. It would have read something like, it would have been like, hey, bud, it's Zeke, with like a bunch of smiley faces. And I would have informed him on just basic stuff like heard back from some peeps. There's some news. Best to tell you in person. Obviously trying not to disclose anything over a text message that anybody could read. More something that I can, basically tell him to come visit, kind of a thing.
Of course. Again, makes perfect sense. So that's kind of like the information you get. And of course, at some point in time, let's say Wade spent all weekend doing his editing and so on and so forth, or whatever it is that his character, else what his character would do, but definitely would have had to make sure his Monday video was uploaded. So let's say like, you send him that text message like later on Monday, and then he could choose whether or not he ends up swinging by Monday night or Tuesday or whatever.
I would
it
have
is.
sent that
That's
the
up to you
same
guys.
night. Like even if it bugged him, I would have still sent it.
Yep. Nope. That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. So like I said, that'd be a good time. And then, so Wade, over to your character. As a few days had passed, obviously you had to spend some of your time making sure that your channel was functioning. I imagine your character has an editor too, so I imagine it's mostly conversation, making sure things kind of like go through. But that's up to you. You can speak to that.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was allowed to have one without having like the contact or whatever, ally or whatever I need for it, or not.
I mean, so you would. The thing is, like, because it makes sense for like your status and all the other details that you have in your character, but like they wouldn't be usable for if you wanted to make them a different type of resource, like something that you put points into. Maybe you could start asking them to look over videos to see if they see something strange inside them. That's where you have to put more merits in. Yeah, but if they're just like somebody that's on your payroll, yeah, you're good.
I mean, this would be normal news videos too. This wouldn't be like the
I know, yeah,
stuff yet.
Paranormal.
But because you're talking about the other channel as a potential, yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
So I think what Cam would do is one, he would take some advice from his favorite podcast, Distractable, and he would get his phone on Mint Mobile. You can listen to Distractable for that sponsor. Because
so hold on, wait a second. Is that mintmobile.com / lights, camera, and action? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Those lights, camera, and action. Sorry. Go ahead.
But after giving Zeke his phone number, I do think he would probably get another phone for like normal use, and he would have that phone like separate because he's still kind of wary of the werewolf man. So yeah, I think he'd get another phone line. The other thing I think he would do, he'd get some normal news stories up, but I think he would personally start editing a video, his first video for Haunt or Not. And the things he would want for that, he would want to talk to someone at the police station to go over some of the details at the crime scene. So he'd make a phone call there. And he would also try to find people online that have talked about Pat's house. And basically get stories about whether or not it's haunted. And he definitely, I think, would focus on downplaying it being haunted because now he knows there's some veracity to this supernatural stuff, but he still wants to make content. So he's probably going to make a video, show whatever Zeke approved him showing without showing like bodies and stuff. Because I don't think he'd want to show that he actually does do doctor stuff off the record in his house. But he'd be working on his first Haunt or Not video by getting information for that while doing his normal news stuff, which I imagine is second nature to him at this point.
So yeah, there's no checks needed to be made just to get like videos up there or whatever. Like you don't have to do any of that shit. But I was going to say specifically the Haunt or Not ones, it's optional for you. If you want your Haunt or Not videos to potentially bring forward evidence, like the whole, and if you find anything, call me at, or email or contact me at, that kind of, if that's what you're trying to do with Haunt or Not, is to inspire people to respond.
Well, he will, I think, to some extent. I don't think he will for the first one. I think he'll add something like, at the end of videos, like if you watch like a Nuke's Top 5, it's, did you see something that I missed? Let me know at my email here, my Twitter, he'll give all the places you can like let him know things. So I think he'll have that at the end, but he won't specifically be trying to push for stuff in the footage of Zeke's place because he doesn't want people to go over there and start looking into things too much now that he knows that there's actually some stuff going on. I think now when he's thinking, okay, I want to do this channel to give myself a cover for going to these locations, but if I can't actually share the truth, at least yet, then I'm going to hold back some of the actual evidence I've gotten and then just play it up for the camera, get other people's accounts and videos. And if anything looks legit, maybe hide it. If something looks silly or fake, throw it in there and let people judge it and laugh at it. So he's going to try to he's going to post it, but he doesn't want to intentionally show anything too crazy. Because I think he's taking the thing seriously about you can't bring this to the public eye.
At least for now. I mean, he's having a hard time believing it himself, but certainly after you met the other hunters, like you said last week, he's starting to take it a bit more. Yeah. I mean, he's still having a hard time, but he's now being actually cautious. He's like, I don't know, if these people aren't just fucking with me,
I'm happy to make a roll for this too, but one of the ways I think he's thinking about trying to get leads of other things to look into is by telling people hey, if you've seen or heard something weird, spooky, haunted in the Seattle area, let me know, and maybe it will be featured on a future Haunt or Not.
So I was going to say that there's two ways I want to go about, which is why I explicitly was asking about that video, that type of video.
I'm totally fine rolling with this.
Yeah, so one of them is, and I imagine your character would start off doing this early on, not like you said your first episode, but when you get the second one up, and we can come up with a schedule if you want later. It doesn't really matter for now. But either way, you will be making rolls to see if something can come out. Eventually, if you would like, you don't have to, you could choose to make that a merit, and your merit being like a contact or whatever it is. So more or less, you kind of get free-ish go-to information off of that. So that makes the information easier to come to you, right? More or less your other channel becomes a contact, right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, socializing the workload. Cool. But for your first video, you're not making any checks for that anyways. Cool. Awesome. Your video that came out late on Friday, went in on Saturday. You can imagine the comment section was, I was so scared. The whole, when you release a video late, people are like, what's the matter with you? They pop by your stream. They get the other people that you're streaming with to yell at you for not having uploaded the video.
Why is it late? Because I was busy?
Yeah. Your character's busy, trying to investigate something important.
You think I have any touching of my YouTube channel now as it is? No, my editor uploads titles, descriptions, tags. I don't do anything with my YouTube channel.
Wade shows up and it's done.
So you're saying
a good content creator probably at least would want tags and title. So yeah, Cam might want to approve things.
Yeah. I was gonna say
that's why he has in my mind 15 million-ish subscribers, because he actually puts in the effort, whereas your boy here does not put in the effort. He makes Dana do all that. Shout out to Sheep.
But that's what Dana's for. That's what Dana's for, right?
Well, her job description's gotten a little bit bigger over the years as I've gotten lazier and lazier, but yes.
Anyways, I have something I'm going to hit you with that's going to come to you on Sunday that weekend, but going into Saturday and most of Sunday, what would your character be doing other than the editing and everything that you just described for your channel? Would you be doing anything else investigatorily, or is that part of the talking to the cops and so on?
Calling the police would be one for anything interesting about Zeke's house, one for information to share with Zeke potentially, but two, he would also ask about reports he's heard from his sources, is what he'll claim, about something near the flight museum or whatever, to see if they'll give him any bones about that too, to see if they figured anything else out that he hasn't. So he will be doing some investigatory work there.
Do you do that work as Cam? Because you probably have, like, the cops are going to know who
100%.
you are because you've done enough. Okay, cool. So it's not like you try to do this like anonymous or anything.
No, this is just like, hey, I heard some stuff and I'm working on a new channel. I've also got my news channel up. If you haven't heard of it, I'm sure you have. I call you guys all the time.
Yeah,
so I imagine you would.
Yep, and again, like, just without trying to be funny or anything, they absolutely would be familiar with you just because it is so often. You know, whether or not they actually like your work.
Contact there,
yeah,
but I would contact.
Which is why you're about to roll. Which is why you're about to roll for it. Cool. So same idea. You're going to do an investigation check, but yours is not going to be intelligence this time. I'm trying to grab your character sheet.
Now, if this is a phone call with the police, would I be trying to persuade them more so than investigate, or is this investigating?
No, well, so why are those two separate skills? Persuasion versus investigation. I'm willing to go with persuasion instead. That's fine. But the social skill
or charisma, but I don't know which one's better. I just didn't know which way you wanted to go with it.
The social skill I was going to go with this one was going to be because with the police, it's not going to be as simple as just trying to charm it out of them when you're over the phone. I'm going to go with the manipulation because you're almost trying to get them to give information not supposed to, so manipulation. But if you were there in person, it might be a different conversation, right? Or if it was somebody that you were actively friendly with, it might be a different conversation. So worth making a contact in the future. But for now, we're going to go with the lower one, which is manipulation, and I'm fine with persuasion. But because you have such a relationship with them, you've done it many times, I'm going to give you a +1.
Cool. And let's
Good
hope
luck.
for something. One success.
One success. It's still
Unfortunately,
a success.
No, not in this game. It's So you're trying to get any information out of them, and it's definitely a one of those things where you ask about like what had happened there, and they're like, "There was nothing that happened there." Somebody put in an anonymous tip about it. Why? Do you know anything about that? And you're like, "No. What do you know about the anonymous tip?" And they're like, "Somebody called from a burner phone. We couldn't even find the damn phone." At least that's what we assume it is, but ain't got nothing beyond that. And then you would ask them about specifically like the other details that you had already mentioned, and there's nothing really that they can offer. Now, that's specifically for trying to figure out about that night. Did you want to touch on what we were talking about with your video about Zeke's house, or is that not going to be in the first video? That's going to be in the second one.
Zeke's video would be the first, or Zeke's house would be the first video, I think, because that's the footage he has right now for Haunt or Not. And I think that's the one where he'd established, like, okay, I'm going to intentionally hold back on this one, but I'm going to go creepify it up. I'm going to get other people's accounts, and he's going to go try to get permission from people online to like share either videos or clips or stories that they've had. He's basically going to try to use a bunch of their stuff for this.
A React channel.
Because he's got some footage of like the outside and a little bit of the inside. He's going to intentionally not show the surgery room. But this will be the start of his Haunt or Not.
What would you do? What day would you upload that?
I guess it would depend how long it takes him to get the information where he felt like it was enough. So if he had enough for like a good 15, 25-minute video from other people and stuff, as soon as he has that, it's hard to say because that would be one that he would take his time and try to do right. First video is important.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, which is why I'm the reason why I'm asking this, because I'm like, I don't know if that video should almost be even posted until next weekend. Yeah, exactly. Like, I imagine you spend the rest of the week, maybe even like, oh, good, Zeke texted me. Maybe at some point in time you see that. Maybe I can actually get more information. But anyway, so let's jump to Sunday evening where you actually get a text message. So like you said, you went and got a new phone, and so on and so forth. But I imagine you still have your old phone number, or at least that SIM card put into a crap, however you would do it. You have your old phone number that probably just now sits on your work desk instead of like being around with you. So at some point in time, because unless are you a dude that walks around like 4 phones strapped to your belt? No. Are you a belt phone? Okay.
He looks like he's playing Pokemon Go, basically. He's like, 3 phones.
So probably at this point going to have his social phone in his right pocket and that phone wherever it'll fit.
So up your ass starts vibrating now. So when you get back to your desk from like wherever you're grabbing lunch or dinner or whatever is on Sunday evening, when you get back to your desk coming downstairs going wherever your office is, you see that somebody had sent you a message a few minutes ago. Checking it out, I don't think you would save the number beforehand. I don't recall, but the first message says, "Hey, it's Lance. Got some intel. Want to call?"
Uh, he would say, "Yeah, sure. Just give me a second," and then he would make sure he's away from recording stuff and people.
Yep. Cool. So you got, you probably even, have a room that in your big house, a small room that has, like no recording devices inside there for your own sake or whatever the case may be. You step into a private area and you make the phone call. And so you're kind of like, hey, thanks for calling me. So cool.
Yeah, no problem. What you got?
So yeah, listen, I told you I was going to go look into the museum and see if I could find anything out for you. And I did get a little bit of information. So there's a girl that works there by the name of Angelica. Do you know her or?
Do I know Angelica?
No. You don't go to a museum.
No, not by name at least.
Oh, well, if you like writing notes, I don't know if that's kind of like how you do your stuff or whatever, but it's Angelica with a K. I saw it on her name. Anyways, so Angelica, yeah, I was talking to her about like what happened that night, and she was saying that she actually saw what happened too. She was there that night. Now she didn't see anything about camera footage or whatever, but she happened to be looking out a window and she saw some stuff that went down. So maybe she has a different angle. Maybe she saw something that you didn't. But then when I was, kind of pressing her about the video footage, she got, like I said, she said she didn't see the footage or anything like that. She started talking about like, she thought she saw somebody in the building later on that night. Cause she works a security over here, but, didn't, it was one of those like, sometimes like you walk around and you swear something's there, but then every time you look, it's not. Yeah, you'll get used to that. It happens more than you're ever going to get comfortable with.
Great.
So that's what she was describing. And that's what kind of leads me to believe, there's even more to your story than... Yeah, anyways, I thought that might be a lead you can work off of.
All right. I appreciate it, Lance. Thanks for the call. I guess I'll check it out. Do you have any idea what her schedule is or anything?
That's a really good question. I don't. I know she's a night guard because she says she's, going through college right now. So she does like night guard stuff. We chatted about that, but I have no idea her schedule.
Night guard stuff.
I have no idea what her schedule is. But I went there last night, on Saturday, and then I kind of like double checked a couple of details before I, shot you the text. So she works Saturday nights. Maybe she does weekends. You might even be able to swing by there tonight. I don't know.
You just rolled a 20 for being helpful in chat. I'm just saying.
Well, he's helpful. This is a lead. It's true. Lance did. Thanks, Lance.
Lance who?
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, so hopefully that helps you out.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I guess I'll look into it. Should I pass this back to you all whenever I have any information? I don't know what the...
No. This is your thing, man. Like we already told you, our hands are full. I was just trying to do you a favor. Hey, yeah, actually, speaking of favors, funny thing, actually, I've been putting together my own channel lately, and I thought it might be fun if, for
I'm
my first
call right now. I have got to go. It's another lead.
No, but we'll call it a cameo.
Time,
no, it's a cameo.
Thanks, Lance.
All right.
Same
You
way
can
I
imagine
treat
on the
people
other
in
side,
real
he's
life.
just sitting there like, he's like, fuck that up. Came on too strong. Maybe I'll just text him. Hey, yeah, sorry about that. I know I probably shouldn't have asked. Is this more desperate? I think this is more desperate.
Yes. So
Yeah, just delete that. Just delete that. Deletes it. All right, cool.
Is this more desperate? Has to get his own text messages, make sure. Oh,
Actually, test that. Siri sends it anyway.
no.
Sorry about the... Is this even more desperate? Send. Oh, no. I mean, don't. No.
What will I do?
Oh my god, that's amazing! The fan channel's called Camelot! Oh my god!
No,
Lancelot from Camelot! Come on! That is so perfect! Oh,
Lance is becoming one of my stalkers if that's the case. That's...
Oh my god.
Congrats.
Don't make a channel with your favorite creators or least favorite creators' names in it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh no, that's perfect. That is absolutely gonna obviously in-game fake character person, but that's amazing.
At
That's
least you have
awesome.
a friend that can help bury the body or the evidence. Sorry, misspoke there.
Well, at least I have food for the werewolf once we find it.
True, actually.
Okay. I guess Cam would go down to the Flight Museum and ask about Angelica.
Sure, yeah. So it's Sunday evening. Obviously the place is closed, but you're hoping to swing by about the what's it called? So if Pat's saying that he would have gotten you that information as soon as he got it, just trying to tie Pat into the situation. If Pat would have gotten that
Knowing content creators, we don't always get to our messages, especially if he's got a second burner phone for me. Like, I'm sure he would have been like, oh, I want, like, he would have probably had like a spare minute and realized, oh, I have a message.
I'm telling you right now, Pat, I respond to every message instantly.
We both
every
know
time.
that is such bullshit. There's been days where I've been like, I haven't heard from Scott.
You'd be like, hey, Scott, really important. Can you hit me back? And like 5 days later, I'm like, you still good?
And then I'll go to wait. I'm like, hey, have you heard from Scott? No.
Yeah, he's incredible. He always gets back to me.
Oh.
I've got 45 more minutes, man. Scott, you look especially tall and slim in your shirt today.
It's
43
okay.
Minutes, 43 minutes. 43.
Why 43 minutes?
Because there were a lot of be nice to Scott's redeemed, so I said I was just gonna be nice for an hour, and that would be the end of it. So I'm being.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty
Cool,
fair.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's get into the thing. So your character would head down to the Flight Museum.
I looked away. Whoop. Sorry. Just saw that.
You're good. You're good. So you're gonna head down to the Flight Museum once again. It's one of those things where when you go down there, you can actually see that light bulb that was broken before. It's been changed, so it actually is shining a bright light over there. So somebody must have fixed it Saturday, today, whatever it was. Probably Saturday. Somebody do that shit on a Sunday? Yeah, okay, you're not paying those fees. But either way, the light is actually shining there again. Funny enough, also when you go over there, you can see that the fence. There's materials to fix where the fence has kind of been crunched down or whatever. There's materials over there to like leaning up against the fence to be used to fix it, but nobody's actually fixed it yet. So they've taken a notice of something being strange around here for whatever that may be worth. Anyway, so you go to the museum itself. How are you gonna play this out, Wade?
I'm going to ignore chat because they suck and I hate them very much. And I'm going to go in with actually my fake ID.
You didn't need to be nice to
my
chat.
fake ID. They're the worst. That hurt me a lot to do that because my neck hurts. I'm going to go in and I'm going to pose as a PI and try to see if Angelica is working and say I need to get in touch with her.
Okay, cool. So, is this something that you have merit points in that gives you like kind of like the charlatan background?
I just have a mask.
5e, or?
I have a mask with a fake ID that would pass. I forget the exact description, but like it would pass like a state inspection.
Oh, okay. You said mask, so mask must be the name of the merit. I'm like, mask? You
No,
like
it is
you
a
put
merit.
on like a domino
It is a
mask?
merit.
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I understand what you mean now.
I'm not gonna like. Hey, it's me.
Yeah.
I'm a private
Yeah.
investigator. Look,
It's like,
why you look like Jay Leno? I don't know. It's just my face.
Look at this chin. I
uh,
like motorcycles.
No, I imagine he like changes up his outfit a little bit. He puts on like a hat, something he would never wear. Looks a little bit more formal.
cool. So you go walking up to like almost like you wouldn't walk up to the front door of the museum. You're not an idiot. You go walking up, looking around, making your way around there. Eventually, you would see like the side entrance. Like you see a couple of cars that are over parked near there, including, because they always do this at like malls and whatnot. There's a security like car that has like the lights or whatever on top of it. Is like parked, like illegally parked right in front of the door, because God forbid, but you walk out the back door, you have to walk over to your car. So it's like illegally
That's how
parked right in
Scott
front of the back
parks
door.
illegally all the time.
Every time. Without a doubt.
Insult for you. Naga's a bad one, but
I'll take it. So you can go see, obviously that's the door that they're using. So I imagine you go around back now. Is there anything outside that you want to investigate? You literally just trying to get Angelica with a K.
I mean, he'll keep his eyes peeled, but I don't know if there's anything else he's expecting to find here that he hasn't already seen. So, I mean, like, he'll keep his eye out, but I wouldn't say he'd be, like, taking a long time. If he does something, it'd be, like, a quick look around.
Okay, then I will say that you found what I already discussed, the things being fixed or whatever it is. So when you go over there, I imagine, ring the buzzer that happens to be there. Press like the ring, and you can like hear it like distant. It's a loud buzzer, but it's far enough off that you can just hear it echoing through the door. Like a minute or so later, because it takes a while to walk through large buildings. A minute or so later, the door opens up, and there's kind of like an older dude. If he had a heyday, it was long ago.
So basically, Scott answers the door.
He's very much looks tired, looks like he hates life, has a gray beard, but not because he's growing one, because he probably just is too lazy to shave in the past couple weeks. And so he's standing there, and he's standing there and opens the door and goes, "Yeah?"
Hi, I'm JT Beverly. I'm a private investigator trying to get a hold of an Angelica, and I'm assuming you are not Angelica.
Listen, if she owes money, do it on your time, not my
this is
time.
a separate matter that actually involves this building.
Huh?
I need to speak
Involves
with
a
Angelica
building.
if she's around.
Listen, I'm Angelica's supervisor, so if there's something that involves Angelica, it probably involves me. So
My client has asked me specifically to get information from Angelica, so I will need to speak with her. I don't believe this is something you have to worry about. It's not an impending legal suit or anything like that.
I would say charisma plus persuasion, but I think you have 6 if you do that, don't you?
Wait, persuasion? Yeah.
Okay. So he goes, well, I got to take down my own notes too, investigating and
And what
stuff.
exactly are you investigating, sir?
Who's at my back door? Hold on. I got my notepad somewhere. There it is. He pulls out a notepad and he pulls out a pencil and he's like, "What's your name? And what's the company you work for?"
JT Beverly. I'm a private investigator, self-employed.
Slow down. JT Beverly, like the
Wentworth.
woman? Or like the hill?
877 cash now.
Both,
Oh.
yes.
PI. And what's your company?
I'm self-employed.
Figures. All right. Yeah, and you need Angelica. All right. I'll go get her. He shuts the door. As he shuts the door, you hear him kind of like belch out, "Yaga! Over here!" And he shuffles off. Close to a minute later, the door opens up again. You see a girl that's probably, if you had to guess, 22, 23, somewhere around that range, standing there. She looks tired, but like has that look around her eyes that says like, "I'm tired, but I've definitely had a lot of coffee." So, typical streamer look. She opens up the door and she's kind of like, "Hi, I don't know you."
No, that's not surprising. JT Beverly. He'll put out his hand. Private investigator.
"Oh, shit." She goes to shake your hands, but it's like very timidly.
Don't worry,
because
you're
shake
not
your
in
hand,
trouble
like,
or anything. I'm just here to gather information.
Am I supposed to call a lawyer?
Not for this. I don't work for the police. Private investigator. I just gather information for a client.
I have a slight question. Wait, I'm writing notes down. I'm sorry. Is Cam like disguising his voice, or is he talking normally?
He's talking a little bit lower, I would say.
Okay.
It just enough that you wouldn't notice it as easily on a cell phone, I imagine. Right?
Cam is JT Beverly. It's his mask. It's his fake ID. Otterwolf.
Think of
Yeah.
him like a master of disguise, basically. Or maybe not master, but he's definitely in disguise.
So
I'm
she
sorry.
says, "No, you're good." She says, "Okay, well, I'll try to be helpful. I don't know if I can be, but
Can we speak
I'll try.
somewhere where the they'll kind of like gesture toward the camera outside? Can't pick us up.
She looks around at the camera and she's like, yeah, I suppose.
He'll like point
Yeah.
for her to lead the way.
So she kind of like walks out with you, and she starts walking around. But one of the things you notice as she's walking around is like she definitely looks very, very, very nervous. Like she is not comfortable at all
I
as
would be
she's
too.
yeah. So she walks out and you can see like so they don't have like guns or anything like that. This is literally a security person, but she would have, pepper spray. So you can, one of those things that you would notice is she has like the little thing that clips the pepper spray securely, is kind of like, unclipped. Pepper spray, depending on what state you live in, requires a permit anyway. So you imagine like she has all that extra documentation on her. She just seems very nervous. She walks out. She's like, yeah, can I just see like your badge or something?
As a PI, I don't have a badge. I just gather information. I can show you my ID if you want to see my name, but that's all it would be.
Yeah, like a business card or...
I didn't bring my business cards with me. I guess I probably should have, but I wasn't looking for clients here. I'm actually working on behalf of a client about something very interesting you may have seen a few nights up to a week ago.
She stops and like kind of in the middle of the parking lot, and you can see she's like holding her arms because a little cold out or whatever it is, and she's like, at this point in time, you maybe walk like 50 feet from the door, and she's like, yeah, maybe this is far enough then. Can I see that ID?
We'll hold up his ID. It says,
Yeah. She has no skill in identifying what's real and fake.
Jonathan Thomas Beverly, birth date January 18th, 1995.
She looks at it and goes, yeah, maybe this is far enough. Wade, why don't you go ahead and roll yourself a wits plus for looking. I was saying beforehand something else, but as you suggested and Steve solidified, awareness is actually the skill in this edition of the game. So it's awareness plus wits, real quick. This is a perception check.
Any
to be clear.
pros or cons?
No, nothing negative. Because even though there's darkness, you also know where to look. Well, good, you succeed. So you actually notice, like looking about, not that you, despite the fact that you have lots of equipment and you work with lots of expensive equipment, or whatever, you don't know the fucking camera angle of every camera, but you can clearly tell you're definitely within sight of one of them. Like, so as she's like, yeah, maybe this is good enough or whatever. Right here's good, whatever she said last. You like look up and past her and you can see you're definitely still in the look of a camera. So if you're going to want to try to get her to go out of the way, you're going to have to.
He doesn't care about being seen. He doesn't want to be heard on camera.
Okay, yeah. So that's fine. So actually, I'm going to have you roll for this one a technology plus intelligence check.
Pros or cons?
Um,
Actually, this is about surveillance, so I get a plus
It
one
is.
for my specialty on this at least.
Boom. Good. You should have gotten for the last one, but that's fine for this one. Go ahead. You're good.
Nice. Nice.
Looking up at the camera, you don't know if that has audio capabilities or not, but truth be told, outside of a government building, governments are cheap as fuck.
50 feet away wouldn't be very good.
Yeah, so, I mean, I can tell you that when I managed a jewelry store, we absolutely had some cameras that could pick up audio from a good distance, like solid, but not a government building, no. So anyways, yeah, what was I saying? Sorry. Yeah, you don't think so. You can't confirm, but you don't believe so. So continue.
Now, staying inside of the camera is fine if that makes you more comfortable. This is more for your protection than mine. The important thing is that we can't be heard by the cameras.
Okay. So, you said your name was TJ?
JT.
My apologies. JT. So what's up, JT? Who's this about?
This is about you and what you saw within the last week. Something that happened outside that left bloodstains on the ground and possibly a strange figure moving throughout your building, surveillance footage being edited and deleted. Big, scary things. And again, this security footage, I don't mind being on camera. This was for your protection, not mine. So if we're heard, then I tried.
Yeah, that kid told you to come by here. Mind you, she's probably the same age, if not slightly younger than Lance. She's like, that kid told you to come by here, didn't he?
He's one of my sources, but I was already aware of things that had happened here prior, including a man in a plaid shirt or plaid jacket getting attacked by something that probably didn't look right to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw something. Listen, if I tell you like I told him, am I gonna keep having people show up and ask me questions, or is this kind of the end of it?
I'm hoping if I get everything you know out of this will be the end of it.
Hoping, huh? All right,
I can't
yeah.
promise that because, well, finding out what happened and getting to the bottom of this is very important for everyone's safety.
Is there some kind of reward for this?
Again, PI, not police. There might be for the missing person, but not that I'm aware of.
Cool. And at this point in time, I'm gonna have you roll to convince her to want to give information. But again, hold on, give me 1 second. You have charisma plus persuasion. You have a 6. She's already kind of like on the fence there. I'm gonna have you roll just to have a chance of failure. You know what I mean on this one. But it's not like it's a super high check.
No modifiers?
No. 1 success. Cool. She goes, yeah, listen, I'll tell you what you know, but I was already talking to this friend of a friend, if you want to call it that, yesterday. I don't want to get in trouble. So it's already been pretty long.
It's not trouble you should be worried about. It's your life that you should be worried about.
Oh, that's an entirely different check as you're trying to work off of the fact that you could sense like a failure had happens. That's almost like a threat. So this is going to be a manipulation plus you're not trying to intimidate her. You're actually still trying to persuade her. But this is a manipulation plus persuasion now. For this role, because what she saw, it was genuinely frightening. I'm going to give you a +1 to this one, but I'm also going to roll her resolve plus composure, which for her is she's just a regular person. That's a 2 and 2, so a 4, because that's, if I remember correctly, the average person has 2s for the most part. Oh, actually, her composure is pretty bad. I'm going to make it a 2 and a 1, so we're going to make this a 3 is what she's rolling. Oh, wow, I don't even know if I could beat that. Give me half a tick. I'm going to roll 3 dice.
I think you came with 10s.
That's 2 successes, baby. I don't know how well that's easily seen on stream, but that's 2 6s and a 3.
The dice look good.
Yeah, it's 2 6s and a 3 is what you see right there. So yeah. So that's she fails. You beat her, and she goes, "Fuck." Oh,
again, not.
All right, listen.
I'm just a PI. You can curse. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Frank.
You can swear in front of the police too. I just so I was looking out the window. I was in the ladies' room. I just, and I was washing my hands. And so I was in the window up there. And the ladies' room light is a little weird. Sometimes it doesn't all the way turn on.
I've heard a lot of strange things. Just describe what you saw as you saw it.
Okay, well, yeah. So what I'm saying is I don't think anybody saw me because like the light just did that whole flick it on. It was like a dark glow. It didn't like turn on. So I don't think anybody saw me. But when I looked out the window, I saw there was these 2 guys underneath the street light over there. It was broken a couple days ago, but they just fixed it. So anyways, they were under that street light over there, and they were like arguing or whatever. And I know that one of the guys I'd seen earlier, he was walking around with someone else. They both looked, I don't mean to sound judgy, but they both look homeless, because there's a lot of homeless people in Seattle. So they both look homeless. And then they, one of the 2 guys bumps into another guy under the light, like I said. And then I saw, I don't know, like they started fighting. Like it looked like they were brawling with one another, which, that's fine, whatever. It's why I kept watching because, you don't really see that stuff every day. I thought, haha, cool. But then I swear it was the weirdest thing. it looked like one of them was dragging the other one and like jumped. Like it's the I swear he like picked him up and jumped all the way over the fence, or I don't know. He jumped out of my view
while holding.
I have never. Yeah, listen. I've seen people pick up like you at a party, friends pick each other up all the time, or what. Like I've never seen anybody jump that far before. That was weird. And then I saw in the corner, I saw someone else like over by the street ran off. I don't know if that person that ran off was the same one that came in, like one of the two homeless guys or whatever. But I saw someone else run off. Wade, you're pretty quickly able to verify, oh, the one that ran off was definitely me. So like that in theory she saw a fourth person, but she's conflating it with the other three, which you didn't even know there was a third, or now fourth if you include yourself. She's like, so that's what I saw, but again, it was really weird. Like it was just two dudes brawling, and then that
Tell
weird
me more about
jump.
the third person you saw.
They were so far away. I don't know which one of the two got into the fight. I just know that they didn't look the same as. So like one of the guys, he was wearing kind of like a plaid shirt, and the other guy, he was wearing like a Hawaiian shirt. He was like a bigger dude, and he was wearing this a Hawaiian shirt or whatever. And I just thought that was weird. It was kind of a cold night. Like, wouldn't you want like a jacket? But then maybe he just doesn't own one. You know what I mean? So oh, they were drinking coffee. That's right. They had picked up what's that shitty place down the street? I forget the name of it. I just remember I saw the cup, and I was just thinking, oof, now I know who their clientele is, right? Oh, I'm sorry, that was rude. If you come out of the parking lot and you take a right and you just kind of like keep going, it's just past the airport. There's a coffee place down there. It's mud. It's bad. But they were both drinking that. That's all I got though.
I'll be right back.
When the man jumped, other than obviously the superhuman quality of being able to jump over a fence that high while carrying somebody, did he still look the same? A normal man in a Hawaiian shirt?
I mean, I don't think the Hawaiian shirt was part of the fight. Did he look I'm sorry, normal man? I mean, yeah, it was just two dudes fighting, right? Like that's not that's strange. I don't see it every day, which is why I was watching, but yeah, it was just two dudes brawling with each other. And for you, Wade, again, just bringing this to the meta because you're kind of new to the system, she wouldn't be able to see what your character can see. She literally lacks the ability to see that.
They don't look like that for normal people?
No. So if a vampire comes out fangs out, their brain makes up shit to survive the experience.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah. So your character only would know that because of like the weird shit that Zeke was saying before. But you still wouldn't necessarily put two and two together. So I'm explaining to you the PC so you don't make mistakes. Yeah.
But
okay. So back
we're
in the
living
game.
the real world, chat and me see you as a goblin, and because of your goblin.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's a witch, but nice attempt.
Oh, fuck! I saw Hocus Pocus 2. I enjoyed it, especially the open scenes. Those kids were really cute. They did a great job portraying the characters as children. I had a lot of fun. Did you see Hocus Pocus 2 yet, Wade?
I have not. I enjoyed the first one a lot, but I've not seen the second one.
I mean, it's cute. First one's a cult classic. The second one's cute. Back to game. So
just to get my information, so the guy that jumped, the werewolf, did not have the Hawaiian shirt. It was the third person wearing the Hawaiian shirt?
Correct. Yes. You never saw a Hawaiian shirt that was never part of any of your previous descriptions. This is your first time even hearing there was a third person. And like she said, she didn't see the third person. She assumed the one that ran off was a third person, but you know that was you. And you definitely weren't wearing a Hawaiian shirt that day.
I don't think Cam wears Hawaiian shirts unless he's on vacation.
I gotta see what that noise is.
Well, now Scott's about to be attacked by a Therian.
Got snacks. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Oh.
Like water running noise. It is pouring out. I just want to make sure it's not like inside the house. Give me half a sec. I don't want to have a Wade moment.
I saw your thoughts on Pop-Tarts with toasters. You just microwave.
I like toasters. I just don't know if I trust our particular toaster because it's very old.
That's fair.
And it came from Molly's college apartment.
That's very old.
And very scary. Anything that was in a college student's apartment should not still be in our house at this point.
Not wrong.
Doesn't matter if it's my wife or not. She was a college student. I don't trust that toaster. Wait, a 9 to get a new toaster. Come on. Better than a 9. Are you the drowned man?
Yeah, sorry about this. So I was
Yeah,
having
you
work
are.
done recently, and there was flashing on the ground outside. It's like a bit of metal. So the water's running off. It's hitting the metal, so it's making this like loud water echoey noise. And so I was like, "What is it?" And I looked outside the flashlight, and I was like, "Oh, okay. The house isn't flooding. It's just a
Water's on the outside
Yeah.
where it belongs. Yeah, you're definitely not.
yeah. Sorry, but it was it's pouring out. So
Where did you at?
I have no idea.
What is pouring? Californians have no
In the
knowledge
research
of
I've
this.
done, Scott, do I know if it was a full moon the night that happened?
That's a really good question.
It's a very good question.
You honestly, you wouldn't know that right now. Why don't we? Because you maybe let's say your character literally didn't think of it until just now. Like when you're done talking to her, you're
Honestly,
gonna
I'm
look it up.
thinking, yeah, he probably wouldn't have
Yeah.
told us now.
I mean, that's an easy
Yeah.
Google search, to be honest.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So when you're
yeah.
done with the conversation, you'll look it up. Okay. So anyways, back to you.
Great idea.
In game. So I explained to you that was
She would have just seen people.
yeah. So you don't know that full thing, but you ask that and you're like, huh, that's weird.
I
But you
think,
can
yeah.
confirm that later. Yeah. Go ahead. So is that everything you needed?
What do you know about the security system being accessed and edited?
Really
And
gonna
did you
get back
see any
inside.
details about the person that was inside the building?
All right. I don't know if there was anybody inside the building, and I don't have access to the. Like sometimes it's my job, we have like a nickname for it or whatever. But I sometimes I sit there and stare at the screens and or whatever. But like, I don't have access to even where the server is. I can't. I don't know that. Like I've been in the server room before, but I don't have the code to even access the footage. That's all my boss.
Your boss is the only one that would have that access?
Well, no, he's not the only, night watch. He's not the only security manager. He's just the only one that I work with because I'm very lucky. He wrote my schedule and I work every one of my shifts are with him, and he's like weird and creepy. So I don't know, maybe he did it.
So there was a fight outside. Someone picked up another person and jumped over a fence. The
Yeah, I
security
know, it sounds-
footage
it
was
sounds
edited of
weird.
the fight, and your boss is possibly the one who did it?
I'm not saying he's the one that did it. I'm just saying
Not
that
the attack, the footage. Specifically,
Yeah,
edited
well,
the footage.
I'm just saying he's the only one that I know that has like that works with me, that has the, but at the same time though, I can't believe I'm still talking about this. There was it felt like somebody else was with us later on that night. You know what I mean? Especially since I was already freaked out from seeing literally somebody just jump. Like, I mean, like I watch the Olympics sometimes, but they didn't have no pole with them. So, I mean, they jumped pretty far. And so I was just freaked out that night. I kept feeling like I wasn't alone inside the building. Like, he went and took, what does he always say? Best of shit on the clock, right? So he always goes and he ends up sitting in the shitter for like over an hour every night. And it was like during that time, so I was the only one around. And there's another guy that's with us like earlier in the night to help like close things up. And he left. And so it was just the two of us. And I just felt like somebody else was there. I kept looking, but like I didn't see anybody. It was just freaked out. So you just kind of like.
Who was sitting on the cameras that night?
So usually he sits on the cameras, but like I said, after everything happens, when he was in the shitter, I was on the cameras at that point. Like I can't rewind. I don't have that ability. And it's a closed loop. Like I remember that was one of the things he told. Like he was like proud of it or something. So like,
So it had to be edited from inside.
Yeah, if it was edited, I don't know if it was or not.
It was. Are there cameras inside that may have caught whoever might have been in there?
Oh, you mean like in the building? If somebody was in the building, that sort of a thing?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, we have cameras all over the place. So if somebody was in the building, unless they knew how to get around the cameras, which actually, jokes aside, that's that's a thing. Like the people that were swear I'm incriminating myself right now.
I was gonna say.
I'm not gonna get in trouble, am I?
I'm a PI, not a cop.
So over the summer, used to have a friend of mine that would work this job with us too. At least we became friends or whatever. And what was fun was like sometimes, because the summertime things are a little bit more wonky. People are kind of out and about more. Anyways, shifts are longer, whatever. And so there would be three of us working all night. And so when he took his shit, we would one of us would watch the cameras, and the other one would just like, we'd go to switch the radios to a different channel, and we'd try to like take turns, see if you can get around the cameras without being seen. And like, it's not easy. It's really hard to do. But if you're good, you can not get noticed, or at least if the person's somewhat distracted. So that could be it. But again,
Would you have to have knowledge of the cameras in order to pull that off?
oh hell yeah! I mean, I know exactly where every camera is, and I've never done it. Like, I'm a little klutzy, but I've never been able to pull it off.
All right. Only a couple more questions and I'll let you go. What was your boss's name?
Talking about Wade?
Sure.
Love how you just crack yourself up.
He's not creative with names. He never has been.
I'm just kidding. I'll change it. You talking about Tony?
No, you're not. You're not gonna. Oh, Tony. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Tony.
Tony have a last name?
Yeah, Sanchez.
Was anybody else working with you guys that night?
Well, like I said, there's another guy that's with us sometimes.
Name.
But he was even there when everything happened.
If he was there at all that night, he could have accessed the footage.
But he has like kids and.
I'm not a cop. PI.
Yeah, no, I know, but. Yeah, sorry. Paulo is his name.
Two toasts.
Yeah. Larkson. Sorry, you wanted the last name? Paulo Larkson.
And is there any capability you have of accessing this footage and figuring out if anybody else was caught on camera that night?
I'm telling you, I don't have the password. And this whether the server room works, you go in the server room, there's a screen right there. I've seen him do it before because he had to look something up, and he was showing me how. That's when he was telling me all the. I forget most of it, the boring shit about the system, closed loop, all that stuff. You plug in the password, you choose the camera, you set the date and time you want to start watching it. You can rewind, fast forward. I don't know. It's like watching YouTube, but like you can go backwards too. And
Paulo have access, or only Tony?
Only Tony for. I mean, there's other, like I said, security managers, but I don't work with them. No. Just Paulo left earlier, and me and Tony.
Are there any other details of anything else you saw, heard, thought you heard, thought you saw that night that might be worth mentioning?
So I was texting my boyfriend later on, and like I said, when Tony was taking his shit, and just when I was like really creeped out, my bars just kept like dropping off, and like really is freaky. You know what I mean? Like sometimes like you're just kind of like alone and like your phone's not working, and it's just like, has it ever happened to you?
All the time, actually.
Having a bad phone signal? Yeah, I've had that happen.
But like whatever. So yeah, my phone was like not working during that time, and it was just really freaky.
Were any of the other cameras or their footage affected, as far as you know?
I didn't even know that footage was affected. Like, I just know that I was told that it was affected by that guy I talked to yesterday.
Police didn't come and try to access the security footage?
Police access security footage? Maybe during the day. I didn't hear anything about it. I mean, Tony would know that. I wouldn't.
Sure. All right, well, that's all I've got for now. Thank you. And sorry for your taking so much time.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to dock this off of my lunch break. We good?
Here. He'll reach into his wallet and pull out like $50 and hand it to her for your time.
She's like, really?
You asked for a reward. What I got on me.
That's pretty cool. Thanks, man.
If you find out anything else, he's going to give her like an email address. He's going to write it like on a slip of paper or something he's got.
So you try to give her a paper with email address. She's like, oh, no, hold on. And she pulls out her cell phone and she'll like type it into her cell phone. Like she doesn't want paper. She has paper. So let's give her 50.
Play off the not technology guy, so that's why he has the pen and paper.
Yeah, all good. So she just like types it into her phone and she's like, yeah, you said it was JT, right?
Yeah. Just JT Beverly at whatever.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Thanks, JT. And
there could be more financial compensation if you do have any more information specifically on the security systems too.
Oh, awesome. I'll see what I can find out.
Excellent. I appreciate it, Angelica. Thank you.
And she goes back in. So it's one of those things too. When she goes back in, she takes the first couple steps, like she turns and she's gonna hold her arms, takes the first couple steps normally. But then she definitely like speeds up. She's getting closer to the door, like don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. And she gets the door and before she gets to like a little mag card or whatever it is, swipe, get inside there. They'll lock behind her. So, but literally, when you hear the door open up, before the door even closes, you can hear somebody say, "The hell's that about?" And then you hear like the door kind of like click shut.
He's going to walk away, probably call I don't know, Uber or whatever, and have him take him to where I imagine he parked his car. He probably had someone drop him off. He's trying to cover his tracks the best he can.
Yeah.
Never been to Uber job.
While he's riding back to his car, unless we need to RP it out, but while he's riding back to his car, he's going to look up whether there was a full moon the night that everything went down.
Yeah, it's a great question when you asked it. So to answer your question, no, it was not. It was actually specifically a waxing moon. And it was only about half full. So that means, because moons are in about a 28-day cycle, right? So you have, it was waxing and about half full. So that means 14 days from then would be the next full moon. And that was, we said, this is what, a Sunday? And that happened on Wednesday. So you've probably got like another 10 days or so till the next full moon.
Somebody's gonna keep note of. Okay. With that, I think he will head back home probably for the night. We had to wait for night for this anyway. It's probably getting kind of late.
Okay. So, yeah, you head home. You have this information. You digest it. The next day, like Pat said, he's gonna send you that like bing, 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 the text messages. I don't know if you would go to try to. Maybe you probably text him back that night. But I don't know if you would go to meet up with Pat on Monday, if you just wait till Tuesday till you swung by to see him. But you've already got the video uploaded, and you've already got your Wednesday stuff taken. So something like there's no stress on you as of right now. You know, you've got your job taken care of, and that's not something you have to have as like in the forefront of you as a PC's mind, unless you're going too many active days of just doing PC crap and not doing that work. That's where it would become an issue. But for the most part, you're good. You know, so just so you know, as a PC.
I think he'd want to meet up with Zeke. I think he would. So what does Zeke say? He says, "Hey," with smiley faces.
Hey, yeah, it would have been like an awkward, weird text message, I think, in the side of Cam. But he would have, his text would have been something short and simple, like, "Hey, I did a little digging," and he wouldn't have done. I heard some rumors, of some activity. You could possibly, if you can find some time to come on over, I can further elaborate. Kind of pushing the fact that he didn't really want to talk about it over a call or a text message kind of a thing. He didn't say that, but like.
Cam will text them back. on my way. That's all I'll say.
Cool. So you're gonna head to meet up with him or whatever. Just to recap a couple of details. Pat, your details are relatively light. You got 2 small things. Critical success, which is great, but you wanted to have a light touch on this situation. So that's why you got lighter details. But, you know, still useful. Wade, just as a touch on yours for a reminder, because we're new to this style of campaign, you found out that there's a coffee shop down the street, that there were 2 apparently homeless people that went there. One who you already know is Aurelius, and another one who apparently was a bigger guy that was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. You know that the other person was the one that got into the brawl with Aurelius. You already have his name as well. And you already know that that person is a feral or Therian, which whatever the fuck that means, right? And then you know that there's a human that saw the jump and whatnot, which verifies the information even further. It was a weird feeling. The cell service got a little wonky. But otherwise, no proof that anything was touched beyond what you've been able to discover on your own. And you were even able to discover that information. You're not even now sure how, because you're able to access information looking into this matter. But now it's a matter of you're going to have to retrace your own steps, because I said it was closed loop 3 times. I imagine your character, we're talking 24 hours later on as you're going to meet up with him. You're literally sitting in the car driving your way over, the Uber or whatever, or your car driving over there. And you're thinking to yourself, wait, how the fuck did I get my hands on edited footage if it was in a closed loop? That is really weird. Where did I originally get that footage from? And that's something that you're going to have to, like, another string to pull on. And I think that covers everything extra you got from Angelica or just listening in general. Oh, and they fixed the light bulb and they're fixing the fence. And that's it. Cool. You go to meet up with him. Are you meeting up at his house, or what did you say you guys are meeting?
He told me to come over to his place, I think.
Yeah. So just head over. It's somewhere familiar that he would have known. Addresses and stuff like that, I think Cam would want to keep out of an easy hackable area.
Sure. So you head over. Go ahead. I don't need to narrate anything at this point. I'll let you boys, especially if you're at Pat's house. You know, Pat has more or less full narration of his home, just like you would have of yours. So,
he'll go to the same door he went to last time and knock or ring the doorbell or whatever. I think
Again, you would
back.
approach, you would see that the door is still kind of cracked open.
As he approaches, though, he's going to look up at your window to see if he sees any movement up there again.
That would be was it investigation or did it be perception last time?
I don't remember. I want to say it was investigation.
Okay. It would be that with a negative modifier.
Investigation plus wits with a -1?
Yeah. So yeah, you probably see it in a different window this time. Not the same one, same figure, same thing, just walking from this time left to right instead of right to left.
Do I get any details about what I see, or is it just like a silhouette of a person or
For
something?
you right now, it's just it looks like a shadow. You can probably make out like bodily shape. You wouldn't be able to tell if it's a man or woman or anything else. It would just, you wouldn't be able to make out any details. You could see probably a head and what looks like a dark gown almost. Almost like it's wearing like a heavy dress.
He'll take note of it and shake his head. Quick question: if you click on details on your character sheet, do you have a check mark on any of the top options?
Yeah, it's to the left of attributes, not the attributes +6.
Enable API scripts. Okay.
Yeah.
I accidentally clicked on that and unchecked it, but I didn't know if I actually clicked it or if I didn't click it and it just never had.
Yeah, no,
one.
the 6+ I don't know.
Cool. I just want to make sure I needed that back on. Okay. Yeah, he'll walk up to your door, and even though it's cracked open, he'll still like knock and look for.
Right before you knock again, he would come to the door and be like, "I've been waiting."
Oh, great. Got some stuff to go over with you.
Same. I did a bit of digging, and he would kind of like usher you in as he would continue talking. You would notice that the door wouldn't, like, he would swing the door, but it wouldn't always shut. It would almost like something stopping it from shutting. So I was helping out a couple of he would look to the surgery room, a couple of patients recently, and the werewolf kind, and he would kind of like almost hunch over like really close to you, whisper that as if like there's someone else someone else be listening. And they didn't have a lot of information, but they did say that they noticed that at the airport museum, remember, the fence. The fences were changed to have the silver in them about 6 weeks ago. They noticed that change. They didn't see anything or anyone, but they did notice that. As for as for our hunter friend, there wasn't much helpful knowledge except that maybe he's been seen at near the jungle. I don't remember what the other bit of information was besides that he was probably seen at the jungle, Scott.
Ask it again.
What was the main knowledge I got from knowing about the hunter, besides that he was probably seen near the jungle? Because that's
So not only was he known to be near the jungle, which you already had that information, it was just kind of
Right.
like wasted information for you, because you already knew it. But beyond that, that he was at the clinic down the road, which
that's right.
that's
right.
A quick Google search that you'd be able to find out is that it's a mescaline clinic. So for somebody that's
what
coming off
clinic?
of mescaline, so somebody coming off of
Mescaline.
opioids.
Okay. But he was also seen at the clinic just up the road a little bit. He was being checked for possible opiates and
This
and
is
things.
the werewolf, or this is the other person?
This would be the hunter.
Aurelius?
Aurelius.
Yeah, Aurelius.
Sorry, methadone, not mescaline. Sorry, methadone. Thank you.
Methadone.
Yep, methadone. Thanks, Kaj.
Anything about a guy in a Hawaiian shirt by any chance? Is it safe to talk here? You're kind of whispering.
Yeah, it's perfectly, and he would put an emphasis on that. You probably would be like, what? It's perfectly safe talking here.
So it's not. That's code for it's not.
Huh? And he would look at you genuinely confused.
Never mind. Just go on.
But he was recently seen at the clinic, the methadone clinic, just up the road. We can possibly get more information there. I was going to inquire by myself, but I thought maybe you would want, maybe you could help.
Yeah, I've got my other ID in the car. If we're gonna go asking around, my name is JT. Okay, you'll call me JT.
Okay, Cam. And he would just.
In fact, you'll stay in the car while I go in and talk.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on the same page on that one. Have you heard anything about a guy in a Hawaiian shirt?
Would I have to roll for this, Scott?
You have not.
No. That would a Hawaiian shirt?
There's a third person that was apparently at the flight museum that night wearing a Hawaiian shirt who saw what went down. The security guard let me know. There might be more security camera footage I can access. There's a coffee shop down the road that they may have come from, as well as any other cameras in the way. So I can try to hack into those systems at some point to see what I can find out, but that's looking for a needle in a haystack a little bit. Okay.
I can help with some computers. I'm a little rusty though, and you would see him kind of like start to crack his knuckles.
I need to know what else you know about werewolves. I looked it up, and the night that all this happened, there wasn't even a full moon. Don't werewolves only come during full moons?
Pat, you actually would have to roll a check for that one. As a doctor, because of your background, I'm going to give you a bonus on this one. But for you, that would be occult. No. Sorry, this is medicine. And
medicine for their nature on being out. I was gonna say occult, but that's your
so.
call.
So the problem with occult is supposed to be like knowledge about like actual like magics and stuff like that, right? Whereas medicine's more about like specifically their physiology, so on and so forth.
Oh, so more of their nature is under medicine?
So this is about like literally
For you,
how
I think
they
it would be.
function.
Okay.
Yeah, not for most people.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know.
Because you literally work on them as part of your story, which I'm totally cool with. So this is going to be intelligence plus occult, sorry, plus medicine for you. Medicine, you have stop. Hold the phone, put it down. Science. Is science its own skill? It is. This would actually be you science because it's biology. So it's intelligence is biology. It's just about specifically their biology, which is different, right? So it's still so it's intelligence biology plus 1 is what it ends up being.
Intelligence
for
biology?
you. Plus 1. Yeah, and chat, just so you know, the luck dice aren't kicking in until next session when we have all 4 PCs.
What do you specialize in with science?
Biology.
Oh,
you
excellent.
can
So
build
you'll have
up.
a +1 from that too. So you'll get 2.
So I have 2.
Scott gave you 1 and then 1 from that. I
No, no, no.
guess.
The one was from biology is what I was saying.
Oh,
okay.
my bad.
Because it's his
So-
specialty. I was just reminding him. My apologies.
So science and intelligence
Yes.
+1 modifier.
+1, yeah.
Oh.
I know
So yeah,
everything.
you know that one of the things that you know is that when you became a hunter, what you thought you knew about other creatures isn't always true. As a matter of fact, in one of your first paragraphs to Wade's character, you literally said what you think you know isn't always accurate. You said along those lines last session. I don't remember what exactly you said. Anyways,
I have
to
a way I
that
wanna
point,
RP this, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, and please say it in game. But to that point, werewolves are not tied to the phases of the moon. Lie. Werewolves are tied to the phases of the moon or a specific phase. There are some werewolves that are born under the full moon or the new moon or the half moon or so on and so forth. And so they get different power based off of like what they were born under, like more or less their lineage, if you will. However, a full moon does not make them transform. When they're under their moon, it might be easier for them to manifest their abilities, transform, so on and so forth. It's almost like slipping on and off a glove. But they always have the ability to transform. Moon phases does not stop that.
Not
That's a
affected.
fallacy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that werewolves. This is more, not you know this. This is more Rena's character would know this. So PCs characters cover your ears, not you literally, but in the meta for PCs. Werewolves that are born under the full moon tend to be the more aggressive ones, which is why they tend to be werewolves associated with the full moon, because like they tend to be the more aggressive ones, so the ones seen by humanity and whatnot more often. So that's why folklore led to that belief. But back to what your characters know, you don't know that. So,
Okay.
anyways, go ahead.
So I mainly know, no, not all.
They're not
This
tied
is
to the
basically-
full
Nothing to do with the
They're
phases.
It's basically
tied
just a
to
fallacy.
Whatever moon
Mhm.
they're born on is what they're tied to, not the full moons.
Yep.
So when
But
you
they
were to
can
ask-
transform at any time of the month, no matter who
Anytime.
they are.
But the moon phase is just a fallacy. So for Zeke's, what when you ask him like, oh, what do you know about the moon phase and stuff, you'll see him kind of like walk to one of the shelves that's like right there in the front of the room. He'll take out a key out of his pocket and twist it, and he'll open this cupboard, and you'll see a ton of different books. None of them labeled. They're all old looking. You'll see one that he pulls out, kind of slender, leather bound, and he'll open it and like flip to a certain page. And you could see, maybe just by a hint of looking, that it looks like it's all handwritten. And these, you could probably assume, are his medical journals or just journals that he wrote. And he would tell you, and actually, he wouldn't have any stutter or anything. Actually, it says, actually, in my studies, I've noticed that this is actually a fallacy, that no werewolves are actually tied to the moon phases. Instead, they are tied to being able to change anytime they like. And he would kind of explain kind of what Scott said to you, but like there would be no stutter or anything. He would have, you could tell that he would have great intelligence and stuff like that. Again, nothing, almost like a different person, like you're talking to an actual physician or something like that. And then, I don't know if he would stop him, but he would just keep, relaying like little dumb facts about werewolves and stuff like that. to
Honestly,
you.
he wouldn't, because he wants to know as much about this stuff as possible, so he would take it all in.
Anything that's related, he would probably keep talking about, but there would be a point where he would just stop, because he would just be like looking at you like, is that information suffice? Kind of back to the stuttering and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think you answered my question there. Okay. So, our particular werewolf was born under a waxing moon. So, he's able to transform any time. So what does the waxing moon mean for him? Is he forced to transform in a waxing moon?
No.
Okay. So they're never forced to transform. They just can anytime, and they're okay. I think I've got some of it. We need to figure out what the doctors over at the drug clinic.
At the medical
No.
clinic, you'd almost like interject.
We also need to find out who edited the footage at the flight museum. I've got a list of people that were there that night that were supposed to be there. There's a chance someone snuck in, but they'd have to know the system pretty well to get around it and not be caught, or they would have had to edit all that footage too. And we also need to figure out who the Hawaiian shirt guy is.
How can I help?
Well, can you answer any of those questions?
And you'll see him like check over his shoulder.
No, that was a joke. You don't.
No.
it's not here.
And he was just like answer like.
Well, I guess while you're here, let's go over to the drug clinic. Methadone? Methanol? Which one was it?
Yeah, the methadone one, just up the street.
Perfect. Is that doctor like us, or?
I think it's handled by Dr. Scott.
I mean, does he know about werewolves?
Yeah, he's a tiny little gremlin, almost like being sarcastic.
Right.
I don't think they would have any supernatural knowledge, right, Scott?
Most people don't, right?
Okay.
So yeah,
Well, if hunters
you don't know of
would
any
that's why
hunters
he's
there.
asking.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just a normal facility.
I got a question for you, Zeke. You introduced me to hunters at a bar that are called hunters, presumably because they hunt supernatural creatures.
Jesus Christ, she scared me again. She keeps creeping in the darkness.
You introduced me to these hunters. You take me to the bar. You show me hunters. We are trying to track that information about this werewolf, Aurelius, the Hawaiian shirt guy. And yet you also treat hunters and supernatural beings here?
Yeah, I too am a hunter. But
you help the things that other people hunt. They don't always kill them when they hunt them.
Not everyone in this world is bad. Some are just cursed.
So the werewolf that hurt Aurelius.
I do not ask questions, and you'll see him kind of like almost like he doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
Okay, that's fair, I guess.
I am
But
here
what
to
if you
help
were-
and heal. I do not ask questions or choose sides, even though my side is against helping. My side is to help humanity, not to hinder it.
Pat, mention the Hippocratic Oath.
You would not.
So what are you gonna do if we find out that this werewolf's gone off the reservation and is hurting people? Are you gonna hunt
Has
it?
he not?
Well, I assume so, yes, but
And he must
At
be
this
dealt
point-
with. Molly.
welcome, Squad. Hello.
Molly, you just missed Brittany scaring the shit out of me for like the
You did.
third time today. She
Right.
keeps creeping in the darkness. I really got to get doors up on my doorway so she can't do that anymore.
Oh, are you
So-
hungry? Text me about food.
I'm hungry.
Such a heavy game. Tell us a joke. Here's a joke. I'm very full right now.
Bro, that was like, you like snapped your fingers at your wife and said, feed me.
I
Not
got
cool,
I got
man.
you.
She's
I got
Not
you.
cool.
I got you guys.
Yes.
Hey Scott, knock knock.
Who's there?
You're short.
You're short who?
He's an owl now.
It's
look what
you.
I've
You're the
done.
tiny man. After 9:30, I'm free. You start out smelling like your dad, and when you're born smelling like your mom. Molly. Molly.
Ew. Knock, knock. Who's there?
Never mind. Appetite's satiated. Thank you.
Whoa, on your dad?
Whoa.
That would. I don't know. What does
Have you ever,
eating
like-
a 22-year-old corpse make me?
Have you ever like
A Wendigo?
accidentally punched yourself in the nuts and you'd be like, "Oh, my future kids."
No, they're
I'm
gonna
like
be
less
gone.
to worry
Yeah.
about those little shits.
Oh.
Anyway, back to wherever we were.
Oh, my future.
So you're willing to kill a former patient if they have gone off the reservation?
I showed you. Like he would almost like, reach to the back to the surgery room that he showed you what happened. The body in the freezer. I know this was just like a couple days ago, right?
Well,
so,
yeah,
like,
3 or 4. Yeah.
I don't know if you would remember that. Would you look confused or like? With
I
him
remember the
ushering-
body, but
But I don't know if that's what he would like be mentioning. Like he showed you a lot back there, technically.
You'll remember seeing a body in a random.
The one in the freezer. I put him down.
I just assumed it was an unsuccessful surgery.
To him, perhaps.
Good to know.
He took out 3 people, innocent people. He was admitted here after a hunter
but
wounded.
There are werewolves that don't kill people?
Every creature is different. Some try to act honorably.
So what do they eat? Don't they have to eat human hearts or something?
Would this be another checkup, Scott? If this is another like fallacy kind of thing, or
What was the question again?
if werewolves have to eat human hearts?
No, God, no. I mean, you wouldn't know this biologically. So in game, that would be more lore, which is going to be occult, and I would say cult and intelligence for you.
Would I get a +1?
No.
+1. Well, I'm in my house. Oh, that's.
Oh, in your house, you could. Yeah.
That's off of. This is lore though. It's not like a talking thing. It's supposed to be like an investigation.
This is knowledge. This is stuff you know.
Yes, I would say I probably don't know this, so I'm just gonna zero modifier.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you know for a fact that while some werewolves will eat hearts for their own spiritualistic reasons, or potentially even need them for their various rituals that they do, because they have rituals like magical rituals. That aside, no, by no means do they have to do that.
No.
Most werewolves don't do that.
Hearts are that again another fallacy. Silly humans.
I think Nightbot might need an update there.
Such weird stories it brings up.
I fixed it.
FFG Star Wars Wednesdays from 9 to 1 a.m.
When did I fix that? So it was Wednesdays
and the
8 to.
wrong.
Yeah, no, I know. I literally fixed it when I fixed everything else on there. That's weird. I'll check it out.
I hope you do a better job of fixing your marriage than you fixing this.
My marriage isn't in trouble, so I don't have to worry about it. What?
Brittany just keeps coming down out of the goodness of her heart, I guess.
Yeah, she comes down to scare the shit out of me because she thinks it's funny because she loves Halloween. And to be fair, I scare her. It's a thing in our house. Go ahead, continue.
But no. That's that. Some may use hearts for ritualistic things, but that again is another fallacy.
Okay, good to know. Well, I could go down the line of questioning forever. We need to go over to this clinic, I guess, and talk to the doctor over there.
You would see him, like, check his phone. They do close soon. Because you came over did you come over early or?
Whenever you texted me, whatever time of day that was.
That would have been late, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, so
I mentioned 8 o'clock because I mentioned I did like my whole day thing, and
I imagine he came over
probably got
quickly,
over like
so I don't know how
9
long the drive is. Probably 20, 30 minutes. It's probably 8:30, 8:45 at this point.
That's what I'm like. Razwalker, thank you for the 5 gifted. Huge. Yeah, they might be open. I think I have his number of Dr. Scott. I'll go ahead and text him.
Okay.
But I have this. Could this be one of my resources?
That has to be a connection. Yeah, you have to actually buy.
No,
a
that's what I'm
connection
saying. Could I text my resource?
No, resource is money.
Resource is money.
Yeah,
contacts and allies. Be a contact. Or
contact.
an ally.
Thank you. Sorry, my contact is a drug rep that provides all the medical stuff here in my business. His name is Laszlo.
Okay, so Laszlo might be somebody that you can contact, but Laszlo might actually know somebody at the clinic because
that's what I'm asking.
They probably have to.
Can I use my contact? Like, can I text?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be to the doctors at the clinic directly. It would be to whoever Laszlo is, right?
That's what I'm saying. Because I imagine he is all on this block.
Yeah, so we can definitely have Laszlo. You could text him, shoot whatever text you'd like.
It would just be like, hey Laszlo, it's Zeke, and I think he would be kind of knowing on my weird stuff. Do you know anyone at
pipe trade?
Scott's, you stab him, we slab him. Actually, I want that as my catchphrase at the slab. Do you know anyone at Dr. Scott's office? I would just keep it very casual.
They send back Dr. Scott ... question mark. Do you mean
I would have.
Yeah.
I would have.
Well, just because Scott's such a common name, even last name, they would say, "Do you mean Diana Scott at the methadone clinic?"
Yes.
What about her?
Do you have any contact information? I'm trying to reach some patient information. Would it be patient information? Yeah.
Well,
patient
you
information.
So yeah, if you have like
Trying
a
to
reason to
violate
have it,
HIPAA.
they can. No. If you have a reason to have it because your patient has signed documents or whatever to release the information from that hospital to you, 100% you can have legal reason to have it, so long as you're a practicing doctor. So anyways,
doctors have like that weird thing where we can just ask
But
like, hey,
you're not
did
a
you
practicing doctor, are you? Like legally?
shut the fuck up, wait.
Okay.
they text back and say, "Hold on, let me just see if it's okay with her," and then we'll say several minutes pass. Do you guys do anything while you're waiting, or is it just like several minutes pass?
I imagine we would
have
have
small
drove.
talk?
I imagine we would have drove over. He would have texted this just to be like, hey, yeah.
Yep, cool. So as you're driving over or whatever, right? So minutes passing as you're going over there. He eventually texts back and says, like more or less, he just forwards you a contact for Diana Scott, and says, here she is. It's her clinic. There are a couple of other physicians that work for her. I honestly don't know all their names. Good luck.
You would just send a spooky ghost as an emote.
They said a jack-o'-lantern back because it's like October 3rd or 4th or whatever it is. So they sent a jack-o'-lantern back for you.
Cool.
Or October 2nd, 3rd, whatever it is. Yeah, so they sent a jack-o'-lantern back. And that's it. Cool. So I don't know how many drug reps you know in real life, Pat. Do you know many drug reps or no?
My parents do, actually.
Oh, okay. So are they themselves drug reps, or just because they knew some themselves? They tend to be very, very, very big personalities.
My mom knows everybody.
Lots of free
so-
lunches.
Yeah.
Yes, so many free lunches. Yeah. So
I worked at an eye clinic. I know how drug reps are.
Oh, so yeah, you know how it is. So funny thing, when I worked in jewelry, all the female drug reps we knew, they would always want to get the biggest, most blingy jewelry. And so this woman explained it to me. She was like, honestly, I don't even like jewelry, but like we're having an event this weekend. We're all going to wherever they were, Florida. And if you aren't obnoxiously showy, then like you aren't in the crowds of people that talk that get to bid for where it is that you get. Like it's this like social hierarchy of like you have to be better than other people to have an opportunity to succeed. And I was like, ooh, that sounds like horrible. It's like it's seriously like being thrown into a lion's den. It's awful. Like you make good money, but you feel it.
Yeah.
Like anyways, so either way, so the person, whoever your what you say his name was, Laszlo. Laszlo's probably just like a big personality person that you know that you probably get along well with. You know what I mean? So that's what you get for that. I didn't know what you were going to do with it. I interrupted you for a stupid story. Go ahead.
No. That's it. I probably would have like called Dr. Scott on the way, or like messaged him, be like, "Hi, my name is Zeke. I'm a physician just up the street at the slab." I probably wouldn't say the slab. I'm just a physician. I'm wanting to find out information on a recent patient of yours.
Yeah. So let's say you call her and she answers the phone. She goes,
Would you have time for me to come by the office and just talk?
Yeah. So just with her even straight up answering the phone, she'd answer, Deanna here.
Would I have gotten her actual like
Yeah, her cell phone number. Yeah.
her cell phone, not her like
Huh?
secretary or something?
No, you get her cell
Well,
phone number.
I would have said exactly what I just said, that I'm a physician. My name is Zeke. That I'm local, and I have a patient that I was trying to check up on. Would you have time for me to stop by your office and talk?
Yeah, you're Laszlo's. Laszlo just texted me about you. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. That's not a problem. You don't want me to just fax over any information?
Yeah, that would work well. He would start stuttering all over again.
So you say that works out, that would work out well. She goes, yeah. Standard procedure. If you just send over the release forms, I'll be more than happy to send you whatever information I have. Do you mind my asking, what's this in regards to? Obviously, I don't,
He's actually
you
just
know,
a close
not
friend
overstepping
of mine
bounds here.
that I heard was admitted to your program recently, and I was just trying to check up on him. Laszlo is a close friend of mine as well.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So yeah, with the patient in question, just fax over the release forms, and just on the top of it, you can just write attention, Diana, and put your name on there, and I'll let my secretaries know to send it over to me. Like, let the front desk know to just hand it to me directly.
We're actually on our way around. We're actually on our way over. Would it be any issue for me to stop by in person?
I'm
I
a
know you're
little
probably
tied
busy.
up. Yeah, no, I could probably make time. I haven't had we'll say lunch despite the time, but you know how clinics can be.
I can bring
Yeah, I haven't
some.
had lunch yet.
He like
No,
offers.
honestly, there's a place down the street. We can totally meet up there. But like I said, if you just want to fax over, or even if you just want, if you already left your place, have your front desk fax over the release forms from your office, and I'll be more than happy. I can meet you.
Perfect.
Do you like Thai?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's salty as hell. You're gonna be bloated the next day, but it's just so good.
I can always go down for a fresh bowl of pho.
I imagine like Cam sitting there like, what are they talking about? Anyways, she's like, yep, no problem. So I'll see you I'll be free in, let's say, an hour. If you want to meet at the Thai place down the street from my clinic. Just make sure you get the documents sent over ASAP, all right? I gotta go though.
I'll meet you at
Yeah, no.
Paul's good with me.
Yeah, no, I know. Let them know. Listen, they never like it when the ambulance is called. Just tell them to hold on a second, okay?
That was a
Just hold on a
goddamn
second.
fucking great name.
Listen, I've got to go.
Okay. Bye.
All right, what's a great name? Sorry.
Zeke, you
Balls-
sounded so different there.
Fo's all good with me. Fo's good with me.
Oh.
I don't know. In my head it sounded better. A horrible name.
All good, bro. Cool. So, what's up?
So would we be able to? I imagine we have we left yet? Wait, or we just on our
I
way
figured
to
we
the
were en
car?
route like the moment you were like, I'm gonna text Laszlo,
sure.
we'll head over. So I imagine we're already on the way.
So she's wanting me to send over some release forms or some forms that I could fax over from my office. Do you mind turning them back around?
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome.
Assuming it's kind of a shady area, so I'll probably just flip a Yui.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're also gonna meet her
Wade.
for some Thai in an hour.
Wade, you would know that he doesn't have released forms for, like, you don't know whether or not he's a practicing doctor. That shit you don't know. But you know, because he's never worked on Aurelius. You guys don't even know where Aurelius is. You know he definitely doesn't have release forms. Your character's smart enough to be able to put that together instantly. Whether or not you bring it up is on your own. Pat, I'm sorry, you said we're also going to meet up for some...
For Thai in an hour.
Do you have a fax machine or even?
You would have seen a fax machine and stuff like in like he's got basic stuff. It's not fancy or anything like what they've got, like Xerox.
Okay, so he actually
machine.
does have a fax machine in there.
Yeah, he's got basic stuff to be a doctor. It's just not great looking.
And release forms? Do you have those?
Just say
Huh. So we're gonna go back, and you're gonna send him what exactly?
release forms.
That you don't
Very
have?
sure of himself.
Okay, you know what? We'll do it your way, and if it doesn't work, I'll have to find another way to get in tomorrow.
Well, we are having some dinner with her in an hour. May not have to wait till tomorrow.
I'm joining you two for dinner.
Everybody loves Thai. It was just like his whole mood, like.
Okay, and what exactly we're going to talk about over dinner whenever you don't have release forms? And let's see if the release forms work. I might be busy in an hour. I'll have to check my schedule.
Have you ever by chance Cam, can I ask you a question? I imagine this is like as we pull up to the house.
You know, by asking me that, you're asking me a question. So yes and yes.
Have you ever faked a form before? Like he's genuinely asking you.
Thinking of the things he's done to get information before. No, I don't think so.
Do you want to try?
Do I want to try faking a form? You know what? I will learn from you. I will watch you. I'm excited to watch you work.
I will be honest, and he'll lean in. I've never done this before. So this will be a new learning experience for the both of us, and you'll see like
do you have a printer?
Weird...
Do you have a printer at your place?
Yes, of course. It's
Let
the
me see what I can find.
It's the HP 600, and you would probably know this is like an old, like 10-year-old, 15-year-old like printer. But it has all faxing and printing capabilities.
As long as it works. Scott, I'm gonna go on my computer, my laptop, and I guess if I have to like connect it to my phone's whatever, I'm gonna try to search and see if I can find a template for a release form.
Oh, I can email that to you.
Honestly, he has the templates. He has all the correct templates and so on. Yeah.
Those.
Yeah, he has like a whole
doctor.
database of all it. Yeah, a doctor, damn it. So he definitely has the correct forms. But yeah, that's about it. He doesn't actually have a signed thing. So you would need to like have Aurelius's signature, which if she has any priors and she has a reason to suspect, she can be like, this is fucking fake. But she'd have to have a reason to suspect that the signature and whatnot's not real. You know what I mean? Which, anyways, continuing.
Right now she doesn't.
So, yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So you print out, you grab one of those forms, you print it. I imagine you head back to your actual office. Yes, Pat?
Yeah, I mean we're in front of it right now.
Yeah. So you go in there.
I imagine I could print one off or whatever.
It's funny. You probably actually have like an HP computer, like one of the ones that you buy, and it's like
the big ones. Yeah, you get from like Walmart.
Yeah, the big one.
Bundle.
Remember the ones that used to have like the top of it was actually kind of transparent and purple plastic, and they're like super popular for a while. But they're old as shit now. Yeah, I imagine you have like one of those.
I wanted it to be like green or like like you could tell like, oh, I used one of these and I've used one of these in middle school.
Yeah, it was like a long time ago. You know,
against my better judgment, I'm gonna call Lance.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you call up Lance.
You don't trust me?
It rings 3 times.
Lance, you're home now. Excellent.
Hello?
Call.
Hello?
Hi, Lance. Aurelius was a friend of your guys', right?
Yeah, it was.
Perfect. Have you ever seen his signature? Do you happen to have anything he signed his name on? Any of you guys?
Let me think for a second. Hold on. Actually, do you mind if I call you right back?
That's fine. Just need this as soon as you can get it. If you get a signature of his, just send me a picture of it. Email it to. I'll give him an email.
You're gonna have to go ahead because now you're sounding like sketchy. Go ahead and roll a manipulation plus persuasion, but he is a fanboy of yours, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you a +2 on this.
He also knows I'm working on looking into his disappearance.
Yes, of course.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll call you as soon as I can.
Just email it. You can just email it.
Call you right back. Click.
He'll have to do that thing where he holds his phone like
death grip.
It's okay. So he doesn't call you back for several minutes, probably like 10 minutes or so. But it takes Zeke's computer probably about 7 minutes just to load up. And that's when you realize...
He's got AOL broadband internet.
No, I know. He didn't even get the internet going yet. It was just loading the computer, turning it on.
Again, I would have had those basic things. I don't have Wi-Fi. It's definitely plugged into the wall.
What's the like gateway turn on?
No, but like that computer was probably purchased with XP, and he finally downloaded Windows 7, and it just like hurts the computer to load up Windows 7. So, anyways,
You think I bought this computer, bro? I found it in the street.
yes. After listen, the jokes aside, like dumpster diving when colleges move out, or sometimes when they first move
No
in,
joke.
like
My brother just moved into his. My brother's going to UC Davis. Not my. His girlfriend's going to UC Davis, but they just moved into their own apartment. My brother's like, we got a brand new TV. We got some chairs. Like,
yeah, it's no joke. You go dumpster diving around colleges during move out or move in time. So much shit that's in good shape. Anyways,
reeling you in. Come on. Back in. Back to the story.
Computer all right, so back to what we were talking about. Yeah, so it takes a while for him to get the fucking thing loaded up and to find the files anyways. It's one of those things too where you're like, did you get that yet? And you go over, he's like, yeah. You see him double clicking on the file that he needs. And like 17 seconds later, the PDF opens up and you're just sitting there like, this is torture. Anyways, so eventually, like as you're watching us, so like you're like, this can't get any worse. Finally, your phone rings. I imagine you very excitedly answer it. Like, just get me away from what I'm watching here.
Yeah.
So Lance, so you answer the phone, and Lance will be on the other side. Hey, yeah. So I text them and everything, and we get something that used to be his. He used to take some, whatever. We have something.
I just need his signature so we can get a release form for his medical record.
Okay, so you just want me to forward a picture to you?
Anything that has his full signature on it is fine.
A release form?
You have a release form?
No. You're getting a release form? Isn't that like a violation of
I'm with a doctor.
Oh, all right, cool. I just know like 2 years ago, people got nuts about last year even, the whole.
Oh, we're doing this on the by the book.
Oh yeah, cool. Just people got weird about.
He's gonna look over at the books on the shelves right by the book.
Oh, awesome, perfect, cool. I just internet blew up with people talking about the hippo violations. So, anyways, yeah, I'll send it over.
I don't even know any hippos.
So, it hangs up. But not even a minute later, you get, an image comes in, and it's literally a signature on an old prescription, like him signing for a prescription or whatever it is at one point in time before. So you're actually able to see the details there, and you're like, oh, okay, not like everything's kind of cut off, but you can see the signature clear enough that, you know how it goes. You zoom it in, you orient it slightly, you place the piece of paper over it, and you trace it on your phone. You're good to go. So, he prints out the files finally. His printer also moves slow as shit. It's eventually the paper comes out, and it's somewhat faded, but looks like it was faxed. And you have the signature. You put it on there. For forgery, it's going to be.
Is that larceny or subterfuge?
I actually think it is. I think it is larceny. It'd be larceny plus, I want to say, dexterity. Whoever's better of the two of you can roll it.
I've got 4 with those two combined.
Okay. Larceny and dexterity for you, Patrick?
Though. I guess it would still be larceny.
What was that?
I've got, what's your dexterity plus larceny? How many dice?
You better just roll it.
Okay.
I have no pips in larceny or subterfuge, which is why I was like, maybe you should help me.
Any bonuses for this, Scott, since I'm doing this with technology, which I'm much better at?
It says the DC lower. Oh, sorry. With technology, yeah. I'll say that you're able to like orient it, zoom it, make sure that you don't accidentally touch the thing and move it with your hands. You know what I'm saying?
I have a 1 pip.
Yeah, but he's gonna have a 5 total. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's probably.
So +1.
Is like, can you get a +1 for me helping him?
Oh wait,
with my
you're not supposed to. That technology is only supposed to apply for technology-based skills, not a different skill that has technology involved. So you don't get the +1. It's just the. Yeah. You would have to have larceny plus, you know what I mean? But continue. Sorry.
Well, then I got 2.
Cool. So you're able to get a signature that looks good to you. I mean, is it perfect? If you put them side by side, you're like, it's good enough. I mean, what's the likelihood that somebody knows his signature that well, right? So looks good enough. And you have the paperwork. Pat, you have her fax information, so you fax it over to the office, and that's not an issue. Your fax machine works perfectly. And you're good to go. I imagine you're going to get back in the car and head uptown to meet her for Ty.
Yeah, we have probably. Cool. Like, how long do you think that actually took, realistically?
I mean, did you You had
5
to drive
minutes.
back, bang the Ubi, whatever.
I
that
can't
yeah,
imagine we were gone for very long.
Well, it took forever to upload your computer, to load up your computer, so probably 15 minutes in total. But that's fine. You're good. You head back the other way. Like, you're going to make it on time. Don't worry about that whole situation. Anything else your characters would want to talk about or Google or whatever it is between now and then?
Yeah. Why in the hell are we going to meet this doctor for Ty, and what are we going to talk about?
Free tie, dude. I don't think we need to RP the tie unless you want it.
I don't care about. Well, this is Cam asking him, like, why are we going to do this?
Oh, she offered.
Great. But whenever she starts asking questions about your practice, which is, last I checked, probably illegal.
You think I'm doing illegal things? Almost like shocked.
Yeah, you run a chop shop out of your basement.
Chop shop.
You got a dead
Slab
body.
has got much more respect than a chop shop. Almost like very like
Maybe among certain clientele, but not among the general populace. There's a reason we came to your house thinking it was haunted.
you have a point.
So, maybe we text the good doctor and say, hey, would love to meet, had a emergency patient come in, not going to be able to make it, sent over the fax, get out of that whole thing so we don't have to sit there for an hour and lie through our teeth.
Okay, Cam. And so you'll just see him like open his phone and like text practically word for word what you just said.
But now you can't ask her questions about like who he spends his time with and whatnot. So anyways, you send that text over, and she shoots you a text back and says, hope everything's all right. I'll have the documents sent over shortly. And then she'll like after you like thanks or whatever it is, she'll respond with, now you owe me Ty.
He'll just text back any tie with a smiley face, thinking that he was cute.
Yeah, if you spell it wrong.
Was
like,
it successfully? It's meant to be any time, but any time. Scott, do you understand? The
oh, I get the joke. I didn't get the joke. It went whoosh.
He got it about as well as the doctor's going to get
joke? Yeah,
it.
he did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, preferably good tie, probably, but yeah, any tie, I guess.
That was a good joke. I don't care what you said. That was funny as fuck.
Yeah, top notch. Yeah, it was the best. It was amazing. We loved it.
So
she'll just
I'm
spend.
smooth as hell, bro.
She'll send back a smiley face, and that'll be it. All right, cool. So there's Deanna. So back to you. We'll say 20 minutes later, half hour later, you eventually have your fax machine kind of goes off, and you can hear like it printing, and eventually you'll see his documents printing out. So more or less like visits to the clinic, like how many times, how much methadone they've had to give to him before, so on and so forth. And this is where you come to realize, oh, okay, so Aurelius apparently happened to be, he didn't swing by there as part of like being a hunter. He was actually a user himself. And like that's like guaranteed. It was kind of somewhat hinted at last session, but for a fact he was a user himself, and several times several times he's had to he's gone there to kind of get cleaned up or what have you. So that's pretty frequent for him. And then just kind of like extrapolating information based off what you see there, you can see that he was becoming more and more delinquent on his attempts to get sober. Like he's been more and more often lately. He's been delinquent on that. So it's one of those like, okay, so he was definitely using more and more, which again, extrapolating information that there's probably like additional stresses or what have you going on in his life that would have led to this. What that was, you don't generally know. You do know that every time he went in there, or he would like try to use like a fake name. But the problem was like they knew who he was, so it would put like checked in as XYZ. This is Aurelius, or whatever he told you his last name is on the sheet there. And so this is such and such, and like you would see that in some of the fake names he would give, he would like recycle through them. But so it definitely wasn't that convincing. But unfortunately, nothing additional. One of the things that they would talk about is sometimes he would show up like actively, like on a drug, and there'd be like notations inside the medical documents about. It was surprising how much he could have in his system and not be ODing. Like it was one of those like when you hear stories
It's
like
inhuman.
this. Well, yeah, it's super right. It's like beyond
Right.
being a basic. But you hear that sometimes even with
Highly
regular people
unusual.
that we know of in real life. Who knows? They could be hunters or whatever. But like a cop will pull somebody over for being like really drunk, and you're like, wait, their blood alcohol was what? Like the blood alcohol was like 0.61. They should be dead. How are they not dead? And yet somehow, sometimes people have this like insane tolerance. And so that's kind of like what you're extrapolating from the information. Then, now, mind you, your character has no fucking clue what somebody's tolerance of like heroines or whatnot might be. You have no idea. You literally have to like look up a medical journal to see what the average amounts, and so you have to do like cross-referencing to realize this. So
And that would
what I'm
take
getting at
time.
is like, like hours would pass as you're doing this. So as you're kind of getting this information, I'm giving you for free because this is not difficult to do. It's just time consuming. Your skill's high enough. You just get this information. While you're kind of like realizing all of this. And you can see that there's records come in because she would also have records that would get sent to her about times that he's been admitted to the hospital. So actually, going back to this before I get to you, Wade, you would see that he would many times go to be admitted to the hospital with like lacerations and like all sorts of other like wounds or whatever, like compound fractures, like all sorts of things would happen like over the like, years of information of him visiting the hospital and whatnot that was nearby, multiple hospitals. Again, usually checking in as incorrect names, and the way that she was able to piece it together is she'd call up and be like, listen, was this name checked in? Is this what the person looked like? Did they give you this name instead? Okay, I know who that is. And they would like use fake identities to piece together who the real identity was, that sort of a thing. So a lot of that like legwork was kind of done for you, because what you're able to extrapolate from this information about the doctor herself, Dr. Scott, she actually gives a fuck about her patients. So she like
Just
goes the
good.
extra leg to know them. Yeah. So decent person. Moving on. Wade, while he's spending hours doing this, honestly, he'd probably be spending the rest of tonight and some of tomorrow morning getting into Tuesday, finishing figuring this out. What's your character doing? Probably eventually leaving, but up to you.
Yeah,
I'd
I
probably
want to
fill you
see-
in on the important parts, by the way, the stuff that really mattered. Go ahead, Zach.
I would
While
say that
he's
I'll
there
come
or
back
texting,
and meet
yeah.
up with you. I'll be like, hey, text me when you're done. I'm gonna go try to find out some more info on the information I got.
Gotcha.
He wants to do some research, but he also wants to go over and see if he can access any of the security cameras between the coffee shop and the flight museum to see if he can find out anything more about the Hawaiian shirt and that guy that day.
So yeah, so you're gonna go there tonight when you're leaving here, or you're gonna go the next day?
Tonight.
Okay, so you swing by that place. Just make me a really quick it's gonna be a wits, but wits plus just give me half a tick here. Just to give me like a quick wits plus, I guess, a streetwise.
Wits plus streetwise? Oh, actually,
Yeah.
okay. So streetwise with wits. Any modifiers?
No. Wow.
Nice.
Really well.
Crushing it, dude. Crushing it. Let's go.
But before you head out, you're like, I'm gonna go check out that place. You sit in your car. You quickly like, all right, well, I know where they said it is, but let me look this place up real quick, make sure I got the right one. And you click times. It's closed. It's a coffee place. They open early in the morning and they close in the afternoon. It's not open right now. But because you rolled so well on the Wits plus Streetwise, you're sitting there and you're like, okay, well, if they open at say, 6 in the morning or what have you, right? So if they open at 6 in the morning, the employees probably get there at about 5:15, somewhere in that range, to like really get like everything fired up or what have you to make things good for open. So unfortunately it's closed now and there's not going to be anybody around. So unless you want to snoop around the place at night, you're probably welcome to do
He
so.
wants to see if he can remotely hack into the surveillance.
Cool.
That's
So I don't know if you know this, Wade, but a lot of small businesses, their surveillance systems they have aren't going to be connected to Wi-Fi. They're going to be like
Yeah, they're gonna be
cheap
closed
ones.
systems.
Yeah. So if you want to hack into it, you're going to have to
He
go to the
figured anywhere
location.
between the coffee shop and the museum, there might be something along that block that is accessible. Is what he's gonna try to
Yeah.
find.
Sure. So instead of doing that, instead of getting the actual coffee shop itself, you want to get like maybe somewhere, something else that maybe looks at the coffee shop across the street. Cool. Give me half a
Anything
tick.
that would be like within walking distance that looks like something that might be on a system he could hack.
Yeah, that's cool. Give me 1 second and I will help you out. Thank you very much for the luck die. Remember, they're not able to use them this week, but the more you give them, the more they have for next week. So feel free to keep tossing luck dice or what have you. And I'll take that too, Zilta Lily. Don't worry about it. You too. Not a traitor, just a very kind and loving and caring person.
See how he lies to us.
Let's see. All right. So we will say, over in that place over there, there happens to be a cannabis shop that's near there. Cannabis shops are very, very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Regulated anywhere. They have to be very heavily regulated, and because of that, there has to be lots of government oversight. So that wouldn't be a closed loop system because the government itself would have to be able to access that footage at any point in time if it needs to, for the sake of making sure that laws are being followed or, God forbid, anything's going wrong or what have you. So that happens to be a cannabis shop across the street. So you're like, what can I do here? And you literally like Google, you press maps, you're just looking around, you're like, all right, fucking cannabis shop, sweet. For hacking into this, would you need to go home to your home computer, or do you like carry like a halfway decent laptop with you to be able to pull this shit off?
It's a decent laptop, but like, I imagine it wouldn't be as good. However, I also don't know if something were to go wrong if I want to be on my home network.
Your home network, yeah. I was gonna say.
You can have a VPN anyways, like no question.
that's
You
true.
absolutely.
Are you
Yeah, I
Probably would have VPN.
sponsored by a specific
NordVPN. Yeah.
I don't
No,
think
so-
I am. No.
So funny
Well,
enough,
not you,
actually.
but is Cam.
So with your character being as like paranoid as he is, we're gonna say you have a VPN, but you could even potentially put a VPN to a VPN because some VPNs track actually some of your information and other VPNs track less or none. So you might do that kind of shit. But for now, you have a VPN. So you could do that with your laptop if you'd like, but you're probably, do you want to use like a,
No, I
more or
think
less,
as long as he's trusting of his VPN status, he would go and use his home computer. It would be better for him, I think.
cool. Yeah. Awesome. I was going to say, because another thing I imagine you have is signal boosters, right? So, you know, the things that you like USB plug in, and even though there's like an internal antenna on whatever computer you have, it gives you like a much more powerful antenna for like a satellite connection or whatever it is. But I mean, if you want to just go home to your home computer, no problem. So you go to a home computer, you probably have, again, because resources are so high for your characters, not strange to think this, you probably even have a computer that's removed from any of the other work that you do, because, you know, you have your streaming PC or your recording, editing, whatever it is PC. And then you probably have your hacking PC. I keep wanting to say slicing as a Star Wars, but your hacking PC where you wouldn't want to have, that's like a PC you would destroy if you fucking needed to, right? So you probably have your own hacking PC. So you go home, you have your laptop, you go over and you plug it into like your monitors and get the thing set up. You upload your programs, you hop onto your VPN, and you start going through. But then before you even do that, you might even hop into Tor and see if there is anybody on there that has like advice. Because, you know, I don't know if you know anything about writing code, Wade, but most of code writing is not being good at code writing. It's learning how to copy and paste somebody else's code and apply it to what it is that you're doing. Hold on, we'll give a moment for Molly. Hi, Molly.
Scott gave a moment for you.
Okay, let's guess on what he got, Scott. What do you think he got?
Oh, yeah. Wait, don't show us yet. Okay. Did Molly pick or did Wade?
Wait.
Who picked, you or her?
I don't know. It's kind of a joint
Mutual.
thing.
It was mutual. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If it was mutual, I want to think it was like a fast food place. So like a McDonald's / Burger King sort of a situation. Whatever's popular around you. Not like pizza or or subs. What do you think, Pat?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pizza, that or chicken.
Okay.
Chicken like KFC chicken or like, Sky Lodge or whatever the fuck the
I
place
don't
is
think
he
he
likes
got
around their chicken.
Skyline. I'm gonna
Skyline.
feel like a huge fool because he probably did.
So you think it's pizza?
I'm gonna say pizza.
And I'm gonna say like typical fast food place, like I don't know which one, Wendy's. I don't know which one you like best.
Wendy's nuts at your face, Scott.
Oh.
Brought to you by our sponsor, Dudrago Gaming. Check out that sponsor for 10% off. Get your advent calendar.
Are you guys ready for
anyways.
the reveal?
Yeah, baby, give it to us.
Grilled ham and cheese.
Oh,
homemade.
Wasn't even. It was friggin' homemade. Let's go.
That's wife love right there. All right. Now I have a question because I admittedly don't watch Molly's streams except for on the very rare occasion where I happen to open up my phone and she's live.
Friend, okay.
So no. I occasionally watch, but like
You just said you
rarely.
never watched. You just said that.
I said except on the rare occasion. So the reason why I ask.
Never watched.
The reason why I ask is, chat, for those of you that know better, does Wade ever fucking cook for Molly?
All the time.
I'm going to see if somebody in chat knows. Does Wade cook for Molly? Though obviously Pat could be considered chat because he probably does watch more often than me because he's...
I watch my friends.
I don't know. That's like a... Lance says, yes. I think so. I don't think so. You guys aren't being very convincing. Molly, does Wade show you love? Molly? He definitely orders and gets food like 90% of the time. But does he cook for her?
That's providing food for his wife.
Does he cook for her? That's what matters. Wade, do you cook for your wife?
That's for me to know and her to know. That's not even.
You cook for her all the time. The beans. That's technically cooking.
We cook meals together. I don't ever do a meal by myself usually.
I think they still have a house, so no. Nice.
I'm a decent cook. I just hate cooking because I'm a perfectionist, and I want everything to like come out perfectly, and it makes me angry trying to make food that way.
You have a favorite meal you like to cook? I'm getting detracted. Sorry.
You can answer the question.
What am I hacking with?
Okay. So you're hacking in. So you're, like I said, you probably swung by Tor. Try to get like a little bit of information you can about the how it is to get into the system. Some of the people on there. Yeah. So this way to assist you because it's not easy to break into these systems. So for your slicing in, that is technically a is it a subterfuge to do the slicing? No, it's a larceny technically.
I was gonna say it's probably larceny.
But for your research, that's going to be intelligence and what's research? Academics, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So intelligence, academics. You go right ahead and roll that.
So whenever I'm hacking and doing stuff like that, I never use technology for this.
So I would say
I think it depends, honestly. No.
I would say knowledge of stuff would be technology. Well, chat. What do you for like people that are more familiar with the system because the system is different from the one we used to have. There's literally different skills from the one I'm more familiar with. If you're hacking into a system using a computer, is that technology or is that larceny? Larceny is picking pockets and so on and so forth.
I feel like when I think of larceny, I think of like physically picking a lock or like pockets and stuff.
Same.
I'm leaning towards what you're saying.
But you're trying to find specific knowledge like that.
No, not the research part. Yeah, but go ahead.
The actual breaking in to get information would be larceny for me because you're doing
only a one dice difference, but
you're doing it through not like legal routes, and that's why I say larceny.
See, I feel like Wade is to contrast what Pat's saying. I think actually what Wade's saying makes sense for if you're slicing or hacking into a computer system. I'm fine with you using technology because you have the specialty in it specifically for this. But if you were like dealing with, say, an electronic lock and how to bypass an electronic lock, that would fall under lockpicking lawyer. In which case, it would be more of a larceny. Like that's how I would go for it. Big LPL fan, by the way. The fact that you could bypass almost every electronic lock with a magnet Just makes me
My
so
Little
happy.
Pony's a little weird, Scott, but go for it. Whatever you like, bud.
Wait, My Little Pony's what?
What?
Huh?
You said big LP fan.
Oh, no, I said LPL, Lockpicking Lawyer.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a big, maybe he chose that name for My Little Pony, MPL, or whatever it is. LP. I don't know. Either way, moving on. Back to the game. Wade, for your research, that is going to be your research. I think you have a specialty on academics and intelligence to find out like the best way to get into the system. To get more or less advice of how to get into the system without you having to brute force it.
One success on that.
So, more or less, you're able to find out like basic advice of how to get there. Like, okay, well, this is kind of like the approach that I want to take. Like maybe they use, I don't know, a fucking C+ or whatever it is or doing their system, Python. I don't fucking know. But so you more or less know which language you want to use to pull up. So you're going to grab one of your old scripts that you have already put together beforehand. Maybe make a couple little edits to it based off what you can quickly search. Thank you so much for the raid abnormality. Abnormality. There we go. Abnormality. You. Thank you. Raid me, Dick. Moving on. So, why don't you go ahead and roll me your larceny check, your technology, whatever it is, check. This is also going to be intelligence because you're not doing it with your hands. It's slicing in. This is not an easy check, Wade. Now, what I'm going to tell you.
Wits? Hacking in, do you have to be more witty when you're doing things, or just intelligent?
I imagine it's more intelligence than it is wits. Because you're literally.
No, for him, I don't know. He's a content creator. He knows what he's doing around a computer. I would say it's pretty witty now because it's not some.
We're talking about writing code. No, guys, I'm telling you right now. I literally, if you check in Discord, I literally posted where those are. That doesn't exist in Nightbot. I have no idea why that's showing up. I have changed everything. All of the commands and all of the timers, that's what's called a timer when it auto prepares. It doesn't exist in Nightbot. So that might exist in, remember how I said I have 2 email addresses? That might exist in the old email addresses Nightbot, which I'll have to check later on because Mike screwed it up forever ago when he first set up the channel. But either way, I'll figure it out later.
I feel like wits makes more sense here because it's not just about knowing what you're doing. Like intelligence is the research you do ahead of time. But like when you're trying to hack into something, you have to be able to react to like things that come up, the firewalls and different things like that. Which is
so witty, the way that stuff's portrayed in like movies or whatever is not how it really works. It's either you pre-write the code, you try it, it works or it doesn't. It's not like a timer pops up, you have 8 seconds to correct your code. Yeah, good luck with that shit. Like the code that you're writing is like thousands of lines of code. That's literally you're doing all these thousands of lines of code to more or less change one symbol into another symbol. So to change like an L into an F or whatever it is, which will more or less like shut down its own security system temporarily or like accidentally let you in or what have you. And it's not something you're going to be changing on the fly super fast with like a control F, so it's definitely more pre-planned intelligence based. So, I mean, this is just coming from the perspective of somebody who has actually written thousands of lines of code before.
You tried to hack into a security system?
No, but it's still going to be based off of, again, Python or C++ or JavaScript or what have you, or, it's still going to be based off of the same languages. So
Pascal.
My apologies. But,
know how to code in like 6 different languages. So
yeah,
as you can see, I use all of them today.
yeah, exactly. Hey, listen, I got my current job by knowing how to write languages I don't use anymore. I was like, cool. So I worked there for like 5 months, and I just found out today what language we use to write our system. I asked one of the coders. I was like, hey, by the way, Osama, what's And he told me. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Because you're saying technology plus intelligence.
Yeah, because it's definitely about pre-planning. Oh, and the reason why you needed that success before, you did not get any bonuses for that one. But if you had 0 successes, this was going to be way the fuck harder. So this way it's going to go, Wade. You have to stack. This is kind of like an extended action. You have to stack successes. So if you don't hit a minimum threshold, if you don't get at least 2 successes, so if you get 1 or 0, you actually unfortunately kind of like shut out. Like more or less the system notices that you were there and it'll shut you out. You're talking about like firewalls or whatever beforehand, and you're going to be locked out. But if you get at least 2 successes or more, those stack towards being able to successfully get your way through. Go ahead, sir. Oh, and then do you have, what are they called? Those I'm Desperate dice. We still haven't fully figured out when you get those set to you. It's only when things are going sideways, isn't it?
I don't know how exactly those work, but I mean, they exist.
Yeah, after the session's over, we'll open up the book and we'll discuss that so we're more prepared for it next session. But go ahead, sir.
Good luck. I believe in you.
Don't forget, you can use willpower in willpower in advance to do things like re-roll, which right now you might want to do, or add dice to your roll. So if I remember correctly, this is something that Kajitar and I talked about weeks ago when we were doing the planning because we were at addition blindness. Right now, if you spend a willpower, you can re-roll 3 of those dice. So you wouldn't click the re-roll button because for some reason that re-rolls everything. But you can spend a willpower off of your character right now to re-roll 3 of those dice. So probably the 2 2s and the 4 or whatever it is.
Okay. And to spend it on the sheet, I just click on it and it goes off temporarily?
Unfortunately, I think what you have to do is literally click re-roll on the...
that says WP reroll.
Oh yeah, click that one on your character and let's see what happens.
Okay, let me...
And then just dock down from 5 to
Reroll
4.
dice, it has 3 already highlighted by default.
No, this is at the top by skills.
No, I clicked it. I'm saying
okay.
like it pops up and says input value, reroll dice, and it has 3 in there. Is that what I want to do? Is 3?
Yep. 3 is the what you usually do.
Okay, so
an additional 3 Kajitar was I mean, effectively it is an additional 3 because you're taking away failures, and it doesn't matter. It equates the same. But the additional 3 was in the older edition where you would spend that in advance. In this version, it's the reroll 3 dice. So Wade, you succeeded. You got at least 2 successes that stacks towards the number that you need. So more or less, you log into the thing, you find the system that you want to go to, you more or less sent your code at it, and you were able to break through the first barrier, if you will. So it's one of those things, as you break through the first barrier, you realize, like, okay, cool, I got through the first security feature. Awesome. More or less, I'm inside the system. I'm through where, say, you know, the one of the harder systems, like where the federal oversight of what this is going to be. Okay, cool. Now let's get through like where the state oversight is of this might be. And now you're going to go ahead and you're going to roll a separate check.
Though? I take off a willpower for that?
That one did cost you willpower, and there are rules for regaining willpower.
Okay. It doesn't automatically check that off, so you still have to untick one of them.
Correct. And that wouldn't be an automatic thing.
Okay. So 2 successes. So at this point, do I need to roll the same thing again for the next step?
You re-roll that technology one that you just did a moment ago. Yep. And hope for better.
I've been rolling pretty well tonight, so I was due a couple of rough ones. There we go.
Nice.
Perfect. So this easily breaks you through the second layer with a total of 6 successes. Easily breaks you through the second layer. You're past like where the oversight of the like the state government or whatever it is, where they have their different firewalls inside there. But obviously the business itself is going to have the most difficult firewall or security systems to get through, because the business itself is the one that gains the most that has the most to lose should its shit be broken into. So now that's like the security system you're trying to work your way through. So you're throwing another program at it to work on that one. So you have the total of 6 successes. Why don't you go ahead and roll again, and hopefully this is what you need to fully succeed. Boom, 4 more successes. You break your way through all the security systems. You're inside there. You're actually, so this is why I mentioned that you plugged, more or less you brought your laptop over to one of your standing sitting desks. You plug that little wire in, hit the power button, all your monitors pop up for you. And now you have it set up so you probably go over to live feed, and you can see like your monitors are filled up with all the different security cameras feed coming in. Now the problem is, with things as they are, just immediately going into the system, Wade, you are seeing the feed as though, and I'm giving you all this free knowledge because your character's full understanding of the shit with technology. You are seeing the feed as it's fed to their own security system. So if you've ever had a job that has security cameras in the back that's off of like 1 or 2 monitors, they're displayed in a specific way. Sometimes equal sized boxes, that show whatever it might be. And you can change that. So going back to like my jewelry store that I used to run, you would have like some cameras you would have be very big because they were concerning areas, and other ones be small. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because those are the displays that you have there, and you can choose to move them around, but you know that if you did so on your end, it would do so on that end too. And if anybody's actively watching the cameras, that wouldn't be a good thing. The likelihood of somebody being inside that place, very slim. You imagine nobody's actually inside the cannabis shop right now, but just something to take note of.
Okay.
So you're looking around the cannabis shop, and you can see, as far as you can tell, nobody's outside the cannabis shop or inside of it right now. You grab the security footage for across the street, and without fiddling with it in the least bit, you're able to see, aside from random cars driving by, nothing is happening at the coffee shop or whatever it is across the street. As for the name of this really shitty coffee shop, I will the next person in chat to highlight their message and say it. You're welcome to make it up. They sell really shitty coffee, but they don't think that. So make it a name that sounds like it's from Seattle.
Believable name. Not
a believable
Cuckoo
name.
Coffee.
Starbucks.
Yeah. Okay, not that either. Moving on. So Wade, back to you. Baldies and beans. I like dark fishery. Baldies and beans. Jeepers creepers.
No one likes DJM suggestions. I agree.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Starbucks is great.
Was that a bad suggestion?
For DJM, always.
Okay. Back to you. So you're looking at dark fishery. You can see people driving by, but that's not what you care to see right now, is it? Do you care to see how it is right now, or do you want to like rewind?
I want to try to get footage from the day in question.
Okay. So just as a reminder for what I told you beforehand, you know that if you rewind footage, then something like that will, in their system, be trackable if somebody goes back and looks. That wouldn't necessarily ping that it was looked at, but it is something that if somebody were to go back and research, they'd be able to see that it was fiddled with. You have a VPN, so you're safe anyways. To do this, what's your technology, security systems, and your, this is, I guess, a wits for this one? Because this is more...
That would be 7.
Reactive? Yeah, so you don't even need a roll. You know the date, the day, the time in question. You rewind, and then from there, you literally just put it on reverse and watch and wait for a big guy in a Hawaiian shirt. That's pretty easy to... It'll eventually stand out. And you can zoom, too, on the footage that they have there. Fortunately for you, their servers, whatever they have in the system, it actually holds back, by law, 30 days of footage. So this is recent enough that you're good to go because of government oversight as 30 days of footage here. So you're able to rewind all the way back to that day, zoom in, and wait for him to walk by. You abso-fucking-lutely see it. You watch, rewind to the footage where you see them walking out of the shop. Pause. I imagine you want to rewind before they walk in and then kind of watch from there.
Yeah, I want to see what the vehicle they drove, if they drove. Which two are together? Is this Aurelius and the Hawaiian shirt guy, or is this the werewolf and the Hawaiian shirt guy?
Aurelius and the Hawaiian shirt guy. Both of them seem to be homeless people, from what you can tell. So, you rewind enough till you see them coming in. So when you see them coming in, you actually see that they're walking in from because again you're across the street. They're walking in from the right-hand side. The reason why that's pertinent is because that means they're walking in from the direction that the museum would be. So you see them walking in from the right-hand side of the screen there. It's grainy because you're super zoomed in, and these aren't like state-of-the-art best cameras in the world. It's grainy, but you could see them walking in. And you're like panning or whatever and watching them go into the actual shop. They go inside there. You can see that they disappear from view for a bit. And then they eventually go over and sit down. And you can see that they're having a conversation and drinking their coffee. Time passes while they're sitting there having a conversation and drinking their coffee. Eventually, after like a good, 30, 45, let's say 42 minutes and 51 seconds pass. Eventually, one of them gets up and goes, walks back towards what you imagine the back of the cash register, whatever it is. At some point in time, the other one gets up and goes a different direction. Then the one comes back and he's got 2 new coffees with them. The other one comes over, probably went to the bathroom. They both grab their coffees, throw their trash away, and then walk out the door and again walk back off of the right. and just looking at the timestamp of where this is and how long this would take, you're guessing based off the way that an average person would walk and the distance that it's there, not that you're doing crazy math here. You're like, yeah, that would kind of put them at the scene in question within 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so before when everything went down. If they're walking really slow, maybe 10 minutes or 5 minutes before where it would be, right? So it all adds up. As for who that Hawaiian shirt person is, you can't make a ton of details, but you are able to tell that they are have like blonde hair. It's kind of like bushy blonde hair, like very unkempt blonde hair. Like I said, big person, like a bigger dude with Hawaiian shirt. They're wearing jeans, blue jeans. You don't really get much more than that because it's too grainy from where they are. But you now have a date, a time, and who was there. You could potentially get more information from the shop itself.
Okay. I'm going to make like a burner email account. I'm going to like screenshot a few images of the Hawaiian shirt guy, email them to that account, and I'm going to, I guess, text Lance and let him know I'm going to send over some photos, and I want him to let me know if he can identify the guy in the Hawaiian shirt.
Sure. You also know there's Leslie, that is somebody else that could have information too. So yeah, cool.
I don't think I have their number, so I'll just ask Lance to forward it to Steve and Leslie or whoever else was there.
You don't know if they know Steve and Leslie, but you know that they're
Leslie
near to Pat's house.
Jungle.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're talking about Alyssa. Yes, sorry, Steve and Alyssa. Yeah. So so by the way, yeah, you send it to them and you tell them to mention it to the other two, whatever it is. So yeah. So you get back the name. So she eventually what the hell's her name? Lance will so you text those things to Lance. Lance calls you back. You got like 20 minutes later.
Hey, little busy. Text would have done. What's up?
I just, didn't want to waste your time. So yeah, Alicia got back to me. She thinks she knows who that is. His name's Carlos.
Got a last name?
No clue what the last name is. I asked for you. No clue what the last name is. But yeah, so Carlos is a friend of Aurelius's. He doesn't stay in the jungle. He stays in another part of town, kind of more uptown. She says she thinks he has a friend, or at least a couple of friends that live uptown in like one of the nicer areas. Kind of does like couch surfing, if you know what I mean. So you can go check it out. But hey, listen. She did tell you be careful around Carlos. That sometimes when Aurelius got himself into trouble, he was with Carlos. So just giving you a heads up.
Does anyone know how to contact Carlos? Because he might have been the last one to see Aurelius before he got attacked.
It's a good question. If I find a cell phone number or something, I'll text you. But I definitely don't know. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Lance.
Hey, did you put any?
Lance is so helpful. Wow.
Poor Lance.
I assume I've got everything I need, so I would try to put the cameras back to how they were, and then get out of there.
Okay. Cool. So, you put things back to the way that you remember them. Again, no check needs to be done for this one. Your skill's high enough that you just successfully do it. And Lance rolled it's not even
error.
it's a error connecting to remote server. Lance fucking broke it. You hung up on Lance and it broke the server. Douche. So anyways, you put the things back. You, of course, backtrace yourself out of the thing. But Wade, because you broke into the system before, to be clear, breaking into the system again will be significantly easier. The number of successes that you needed was 10. So to break back into this specific system, you would only need 5 successes. And if you rolled 0 successes, which you have to worry about something going sideways. 1 is safe enough to not trigger anything. If you want to leave a note for yourself about that, okay?
This specific cannabis shop?
This specific cannabis shop down here. Yeah, I can actually get you a name, I think. It's called the Reef Cannabis Dispensary.
Reef Cannabis Dispensary. requires 5 successes. Got it.
Yep.
God, I miss
Cool.
Rena being here. Having to type
Why?
out notes. Ugh.
Well, these aren't notes that would affect her anyways. These have to be your notes.
I know, but she
Alright.
would still take them.
She is awesome. All right, cool.
Me having to keep
where
track of
were
my
we?
own story is painful.
It is.
But yet when I try to write your story for you, you get mad at me.
Yeah, because they're never in the direction I would like them to be. Oh, you have 3 fame, 3 resources? Well, you've got a real shitty fucking YouTube channel. You've never recovered from that one 4 years ago.
This guy over here says 1 million subs is a really shitty YouTube channel.
Yeah, it equals a failure. I'm looking at myself in the mirror right now.
It's funny
There's
because
a
in the
reason
grand
I
scheme of
stream
things.
and I have a podcast. 1 million subs doesn't buy bread.
How many subs did Alex Jones have when he was still on YouTube?
4.
I don't have any idea.
I just want to say, so Alex Jones is probably more popular than you.
Is that a book
that-
series?
Alex Jones? Oh. Okay.
Apparently, I've done a good job of dodging the news for whatever that is. I'm glad about that.
Okay.
Probably.
We'll move on.
Yeah, that's
Despite the character's your character knows who he is, but moving on. So moving on. Where were we? Okay, so yeah, you get that information. Eventually, what's his name? Lance would text you back and say, no numbers yet. Keep you posted.
Last name or any other info would also be helpful, is what I'll reply.
We didn't really mingle with too many of Aurelius's friends. Sorry.
I'll text Zeke. Got some info. Need to meet again. At this point, it's probably late at night, so I'll just say like in the morning once you're done.
You'll just see an okay cam.
He'll just nod at that, and I think at this point I wanted to do some research with him. What did I want to look up?
I'm sorry. Did you say you were going to come to me, or that you just wanted to meet up?
You text me and whenever you were done with your stuff in the morning, and we would meet up. I didn't say where.
Okay. Want me to come over to your house? Smiley face.
He'll just say no. That's all he'll say is no. He's thinking of like your hearse car pulling into his driveway. No, not a chance.
Neighbors be asking questions.
Yep. Nope.
You'll just see again, okay, Cam. About 5 minutes would go by. Let me know where, I guess.
Just text when you're free. We'll sort it out.
Okay,
He'll
Cam.
think about giving you one of your weird smiley faces, and then he'll be like, God, no, and he won't do it. I wanted to see if I can do any research, Scott, to find out information about the flight museum. Who would be responsible for running it? Like who might have ordered the silver barbed wire to be put on? It's a government building.
There would be the airport, not the flight museum. That barbed wire went all around the airport, which is what's weird from 6 weeks ago. And from what Pat's character found out, I don't remember how much of this he told you. From what Pat's character found out,
I would have told him.
nobody remembers seeing construction for that to be put there. So that just all of a sudden it went from, as far as everybody knew, no silver to silver without there being anybody out there laying the silver wire.
Well, he's gonna do some digging and see if he can find anything out about it.
Sure.
Any kind of, I don't think he's gonna try to dig in illegally on this. He's just gonna see whatever he can find out legally and hope that it gives him something to a thread to pull.
Yeah, the barbed wire has always been there. That's not unusual. Barbed wire around the fences, around the 12-foot, whatever they are, fences around an airport is normal. That's run of the mill.
He doesn't care about that. He cares about when the silver became a thing.
Yeah, correct. So, unfortunately, so my apologies. So you trying to research that? I'll tell you right now, it's going to be a very, very difficult check. So I don't know if you want to willpower in advance to get a +3 before you even roll it or whatever it is. This is going to be a very difficult check. But it's intelligence plus, is this
academics, I imagine.
Yeah, is it research?
Unless
right?
it's technology. If I imagine it's research. I'm using my computer to see what I can find out.
I mean, I'm fine with technology because you're talking about like going down like a Google, like your Google foo, right? So.
Yeah. I wouldn't
So
take
I-
a bonus for it.
I also don't even want to say intelligence on this one. I want to say this is going to be more of wits because you try to go off hunches rather than outsmarting this. I think I would go wits plus technology for this. Yeah, I want to do wits plus technology for this one. And did you want to burn a willpower in advance to get yourself 3 extra dice to roll?
I don't think I have any reason to use it ahead of time, right? I can see my result and then decide if I want to use it.
Technically, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. There are reasons as for, just being able to have the explosive dice. Oh, that's right. You guys don't do dice explosions anymore. Never
I
mind.
don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
It used to be 10 again. So if you rolled a 10, you rolled more. But that doesn't exist anymore. I keep forgetting that. Yeah.
Any modifiers on this?
No, the DC is just high. It's not. This isn't easy.
I know my research bonus is for academics, so I imagine it wouldn't apply to this. This is technology.
Yeah, because you're doing you're kind of going down the web on this one. Yeah. I think it's actually better for you this way, anyways. So.
Did it roll?
Nice.
Is
Yeah,
that that
I
one?
see I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've rolled 3 4s in a row, so I didn't know if that was actually the new one or not.
I was like, no, I just
it
saw
is.
pop up as a 4, so huge.
All right. So yeah, you unfortunately you are you burn willpower to reroll 3 dice in your pool, not to add 3 dice. Yeah. No, I know, Snaga, and as Kajdar and I were saying earlier, it effectively equals the same thing. As again, different editions do it different ways, and I have to remove myself from the old edition. It's only my 2nd session ever with this one. Moving on, back to you. So 4 successes isn't enough for you to have uncovered when, how, why, whatever the silver got put on the barbed wire beyond what you've already found out from Pat's character, right? So unfortunately, that's a no-go. So we're going to jump forward. That was Monday. I think you did all this research.
Okay, so I can't spend more time on it to try to roll again, and I can't re-roll anything to try to get enough.
So I was going to say is I imagine you spent the better part of Tuesday trying to figure out this information, as well as Pat finishing digesting all the information he got from the doctors or whatever. Yeah. So I imagine you guys probably wouldn't meet up again until Wednesday anyways, because you eventually
We
we're
have
talking
D&D on Wednesdays.
later on Tuesday. We're talking probably 8, 9 p.m., whatever it is on Tuesday, not crazy late, but still pretty late. It's around then that you're just fucking throwing in the towel. You're welcome to try again, but it's around then that you get the result of a 4, which equals every article I go to, every website I go into, every anything I look into, nothing suggests there being any work done to these fences or the shit being put there. The fact that he heard that they happened 6 weeks ago, how the fuck does he know that? How does that person know that 6 weeks ago that appeared? Because you have zero evidence suggesting anything happening ever at all done. Nothing pertaining to the fences at all, or maintenance or anything. Nothing.
Okay. If I try again, is it going to be successes in addition to this, or is it going to be just a re-roll to keep digging?
You can, so you say if you want to spend the better part of Wednesday to try again, that would be a new check, not adding to this check. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, because I've already done this much research, so I wouldn't be going down the same holes. I'd be going down different ones. So would it be additive, or would it be trying to reach a certain number in one roll?
Same thing, trying to reach a certain number in one roll. You know what I mean? You just try to come at it a slightly different approach, and I would allow you to spend one more day doing this. But if you don't succeed the second day, at that point in time, you've more or less exhausted your options. And then to touch on what Snaga was just saying, Snaga is saying, yeah, you would definitely want to roll first, because in a scenario like the dice pool that you just had there, the most recent one, you would only re-roll 2 of those if you spent a willpower, because only 2 of those failed. Again, it's addition blindness because the other edition works differently. This edition, you would only re-roll 2, not 3. You can re-roll failures up to 3 dice. To touch on what was said in chat.
So let's say I roll 2 10s, the most I'm going to roll is 6 successes.
Yeah, and 6 might be enough, honestly. But that's very hard to do. You're more or less hoping for 2 10s.
Yeah. I'll try one more day.
Sure.
I don't think I'm going to roll 2 10s. Or even, I don't know. I feel like just re-rolling 2 dice might not be worth a willpower.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. I mean, granted, it's 50-50, but I can definitely agree with that, especially because you have 0 10s to hope for the crit, right? So.
Okay, so I'm just gonna click reroll on it.
Oh,
There
look at
we
that.
go.
Cool. So now you have 5 successes because I think it's before I give you the result, right? Like before I say if you pass or fail, you
So now if
can
I
you
use a
can
willpower, I can
choose
reroll 3 dice because the 2 5s
2 5s and a 1. Yeah. 5's pretty solid. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not, but again, I told you it's a
Doesn't
very
count as
difficult
success,
check.
though, I don't think. Right?
I'm pretty sure you have to choose whether or not I tell you if you pass or fail. So.
Well, I'm just saying in general, 5s don't count as successes in the system. It's 6 or higher, right? It's 50.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, because it's 50-50 in 5th edition. Correct.
All right, chat. What do you think? Do I go for the 6 or 7 successes? Do I use the willpower? I don't know how hard it is to get willpower back. I actually don't have no idea if like.
Yeah, I was
time...
gonna say I don't know what it costs to get it back. To get, I don't like it. In other stuff, it's like, oh, it's a long rest, but I don't know what it's like in this game.
So usually in this game, I believe it's for this edition because we read this two like streams ago. I think to every stream you recover 1 willpower. So every session, we should say, you recover 1 willpower automatically. But anything beyond that, it used to be it required your vices and your virtues to get willpower back. But we don't even call those vices and virtues anymore. We call them what the hell do we call them? Drives and creeds or something, or ambition? No, drives and creeds or something like that is what you.
I don't know because there's
how you get
desires,
it back.
redemptions, ambitions. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but you definitely you recover. I believe you recover 1 each session, not all. I don't think you get all each session. That's like that is nothing like the old edition where it was fucking. Because the old edition, it was that like leans to shorter sessions. You would just blow your. Why wouldn't you fucking blow your load on willpower? That's almost
Isn't
broken.
willpower kind of like strain and FFG? Don't you like need it?
Yes, actually, the lower your willpower when you're coming across like fear effects or whatever it is, the weaker you are to try to resist those things. Absolutely, yes. But that's why it was so difficult to recover it, at least in the previous edition, which is the one I know better. So.
Interesting.
But either way, the suggestion I think is for you to go for it anyways.
I think I will. I just wanted to see what this book said. I mean, ultimately, you get to decide how it works.
No, we're gonna go raw. I don't need to go home brewing. First time playing this edition.
At the beginning of a session, humans can remove a number of superficial damage levels to their.
Yep.
This is health. That's health.
Yep.
At the beginning of a session, humans can remove a number of superficial damage levels up to their composure or resolve rating. Use the highest from their willpower track.
Okay, cool. So resolve or composure?
Resolve or composure.
Okay, cool. So that makes it easier. So it's still way nicer than it was in the other campaign. So you would recover 3 each session. Go ahead.
In addition, accomplishing one's short-term desire restores a single point of damaged or spent willpower, superficial willpower. So if you accomplish your desire, which is per session, you're supposed to have a desire. No.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the 1 per session. That can give
say it one more time.
If you accomplish your short-term desire, you can recover 1 point of spent, superficial, or damaged willpower. Or otherwise, at the beginning of a session, you can remove superficial damage levels up to composure or resolve. I don't know what superficial versus aggravated means with willpower, but I imagine they're different things.
They are different. So remember, superficial recovers quickly. Aggravated takes a lot longer to recover. Again, nicer in this campaign, this edition. More or less, the modern approach to designing tabletop games is let's make it easier for you. So having newer hunter, it's definitely way easier than it used to be.
So for aggravated, at the end of each session, a character who has acted in accordance to their ambition can heal 1 level of aggravated willpower damage.
That's cool.
So that's where the 1 is. Certain other circumstances available to hunters may also restore aggravated willpower, such as benefits of drive or edges, or supernatural solutions that court the corruption of becoming a monster oneself. However, consequence of losing a social mental conflict, bad reputation, blah, 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 may continue as long as the storyteller decides. So that is page 123 in the book is where that is.
Cool. Well, let's jump back into it. So you're going to spend your willpower to reroll 3 dice. So why don't you go ahead and roll those 3 or click the willpower? Okay, one more. 6 successes. So funny enough, the threshold, I told you this is a very hard check. The threshold was 6. So you actually did pass the threshold. This is what you're able to find out.
This
is what you're able to find out.
The critical doesn't mean anything other than it gave me the bonus successes, right? Because I know that
Sadly, yeah.
missing other kind of crits too. But
I think the only other type of
dice.
Correct, with desperation, yeah. And I think crit might mean a little bit extra in combat, but even there, it might do that. I don't think it does, though, is what I should be clear. Combat, it might do more, but I don't believe it does. All right, moving on, because crit might make it so that people can't dodge it, to be clear. I think that's something that Messi was saying before, and is in combat, crits allow them to not dodge. I have not
studied combat, so I have no idea.
Neither have I, because it's not super important in this. This game isn't a very combat-heavy game. Moving on.
We got 6. Woo!
Yeah, 6 is actually the number, and now you'll know why. You keep trying to look into details about why this would appear, why this would happen, but nothing you can find says any fucking thing about the fences. However, going down the rabbit hole about any fucking thing that you can find pertaining to this airport 6 weeks ago, you finally find something. Apparently, from like going down a rabbit hole of just like weird articles of anything pertaining to the airport, you find out that apparently some private jet had landed here 6 weeks ago, and out of that private jet came a group of people that were dressed, let's just say, a little strangely. You know, it was one of those things that they came out and they were dressed in what looked like robes. Now, not like, okay, robes because they're just part of like a different faith. Like, you know, when you're looking at the images that you see of somebody with a camera that had taken a couple of stills or whatever, you're looking and you're like, okay, maybe this person's just being like a fucking xenophobe or whatever it is. And so you even just like quickly like, I don't know, maybe this is just somebody wearing robes because they happen to be Sikh or whatever that is. And you check it out and you're like, no, this doesn't look like any cardinal robes. This doesn't look any Sikh robes or any other religion that you're familiar with. These are some strange ass looking robes that these people are wearing. And you can't figure out what it is. But, you know, 6 weeks ago, apparently some person happened to show up that was wearing, so this private jet landed with several people coming out wearing these robes, and they look strange. You, of course, you know, right click, download these images, whatever it is, and so you can keep the images that this person was able to take. But that was the only thing that you could find about the thing. And so that's just weird as hell that by sheer coincidence, people dressed funny happen to show up here, and that is the only bit of information you can. For 6 successes, that is all that you could find.
Wow.
They showed up at the airport as a whole or at the flight museum?
They show up at the airport. Again, not at the flight museum. It's just the fence that the person jumped over was behind the flight museum going into. Yeah. So that happened to be there. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then going back to the article that had this posted, you know, of course, the thing was talking about Satan worshiping cabals and so on and so forth. It was one of those things where you're like, I guess I should read this, even though it was written really poorly. It's mostly run-on sentences, and you're like, can this person just fucking download Grammarly? But either way, brought to you by Grammarly now. So you're like, could this person just the thing seems nonsensical, but then again, what you're researching seems nonsensical, and the images do align with what was talked about. And so then to give you that one little step further, just looking at, because of course, like checking the records that they put forward of the jet landing, you double check those records, the flight records of what came in and out that day. And in fact, yes, there was a private jet that matched the information that they presented to you, so on and so forth. So this did in fact happen 6 weeks beforehand, for whatever that matters.
Okay. I'll take note of it and I'll get the images. I don't think I would text anyone the images right away because they were really hard to come by and they seems like a really loose thing. But I would mention them to Zeke whenever we end up meeting up.
Okay.
You said you spent like the better half of the day to do this.
Yeah, so
this
he
is
messaged
Wednesday.
Me Wednesday, be like,
you had an extra day, Pat. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wade.
So Did Zeke reach out at any point to say I'm finished with my research?
Yeah, I would
or
have.
anything?
I would have messaged you earlier in the day. I'm sure, like around like 9 a.m. or so, you would see like a text message from him. I'm sure you probably would have missed it because you've been,
I think he would have.
researching.
He probably would have replied like busy. Text you back later if you had.
And he would just, you would see that he read the message, but he didn't respond.
Okay. Thanks, Zill. Doesn't make up for what you did. Helping Scott.
What did she do?
Giving
What's
you
Zill do?
dice.
I don't have any dice until next session.
Yeah, still counts.
Continue.
Plus, the points from that are probably gonna be used for evil too. Only those of a pure heart help the party.
Yeah.
Or some shit. I don't know. So Camel
Let's see if I'm
texts Zeke.
convinced.
Camel texts Zeke. Okay, might have found something. Not sure. Good time to head over to your place? Question.
Convincing.
He would just say, "Yeah, that's fine."
Then Cam's going to head back to Zeke's place. He's going to think to himself as he's driving over, I need to buy a crappy car that I store somewhere that I just go switch to, so I'm not driving my Model X to his house all the time.
There's nothing wrong with my hearse. You not like my hearse?
This is a mental note.
Wow.
But no, he hates your hearse.
Wow.
And he doesn't want to be known to be going to your house frequently. People are going to think he's a drug dealer.
We're
Or a druggie.
dating.
That wouldn't occur to him. He'd think about the weird creepiness.
Oh.
Cool.
We're not dating. He hates me. Thinks I'm creepy.
So do you Uber to his house? Is that what you're saying instead?
You're gonna Uber to my house?
No, I'm not Ubering. I'm still driving over this time, but he's thinking in the future, like,
Oh, okay.
probably don't
I was
want to have
like,
my GPS
bro.
constantly going over to the creepy doctor's place.
Oh my God, when you sit into your car and your car says, "Are you going to such and such?" or your cell phone does, because it's like,
Are you heading
you
to
always
the creepy
drive.
doctor's house?
Like, I've gone
It's like-
there 3 times now in this car. Note to self, buy shitty car.
Fine, shitty car to avoid creepy doctor.
Moving on. So you go to Pat's house.
Hi.
I'll go up to knock on the door.
I get it. Well, he would be waiting outside for you. Actually, what time of day is it?
I imagine this is earlier.
This is no. Remember, you're going Wednesday. You researched all day again. So you're either going late Wednesday night, so again like
Or
9
you're
p.m.
going
again,
early
or you're
Thursday
going
morning.
Thursday morning.
This
Yeah.
will be Thursday morning. He'll wait till Thursday morning.
Okay, then you'll come over and you'll just see him waiting outside.
Quick question. Have you ever seen, sorry about the quality, but have you ever seen robes like this before?
Would this be an occult check?
Actually, I can just straight up tell you, you would not. It is an occult check. You probably don't have the answer, but you know somebody who you can text.
Would that be Rena?
It'd be Vivian.
Vivian? Okay. The robes might look familiar. There's a lot of people that wear robes, especially
There
here.
aren't.
Okay. You would just say that. You see him pull out his phone and just start texting somebody. I know someone who might know.
Great.
Could you he's like asking you to hold up the picture, and he's just gonna take a picture of your picture.
It's already super grainy,
Yeah.
and then you like getting more grainy.
I could just forward you the photo.
Oh, I that would be great.
Yeah, you can delete the one of me looking at you confused. Yeah, here. And he'll just-
You'll see that he accidentally makes it his screen background.
He's bad with
Yeah, I'm like-
technology.
He's not actually. He's proficient in it. Not proficient, but he's got a 1. He's decent in it.
Yeah, my
So
mom's got a 1.
you forward the picture to Vivian and ask her more or less, these robes look familiar. Is that what you're doing, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So you send it over.
Make a note
Vivian
of
said,
that so that we can remember.
Yeah. I'm making a note.
Yep. I will tell you that Vivian will just text you back. Actually, let me open up her character sheet real quick. Just to make sure we
You'll
get
be
it.
a little shocked. Unless you work
Oh
on
my
it.
God.
Do you order
Yeah, it
some
doesn't
Bad
look done.
Dragons? No.
Yeah, it's not done. Rena never finished her character.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you're surprised.
I'm surprised.
Not even a single person in chat raised their hand. It makes 199 of us in total are not surprised. So,
Chat.
anyways, she is with her cult and everything, and her specialty for that shit.
I have no hands.
So yeah, she'll actually text back and just say, mages. One word.
So my friend Vivian, said that these are mages, and he would almost like show, like he would hold the phone a little weird. He would just be like this for you to like read the text message back.
Mages, like Harry Potter mages.
I believe those were wizards, but yeah, kind of the same sort.
Surprisingly on point for you. Well done. Didn't know you'd be up to date on. Anyway, okay, so mages are real.
I'm a Hufflepuff. He'll just like interrupt you.
That makes
You
sense. That tracks.
He'll say out loud, I'll bet you are. Okay. Mages. So mages show up and then all of a sudden the airport has silver-laced barbed wire. Why would mages care about an airport's barbed wire?
No, I don't actually know. I know that's kind of what we're here trying to figure out, but perhaps maybe I can get in touch with Vivian and see if she can help us out with this.
Yeah, can we try to arrange a meet with her at some point? Because is she like
She
you
said
or is she like me?
She's
Somewhere
a
in between.
hunter. Just like very bluntly just say she's a hunter.
Yeah, but like he'll start to say like not like a normal one, but he'll stop himself.
She's very good at what she does.
That's the opinion of a lot of people, not just you.
She's pretty well renowned as well. She's a pretty popular hunter, to my knowledge at least.
Yeah, okay. Probably as popular as those robes. Great.
If she says it's mages, I don't distrust her word.
I'll go with mages. I just can't believe I'm agreeing that mages flew on a Boeing to put some new barbed wire up at the airport. Well, why is it every time we start to get an answer to any of these questions that they lead to more questions? Found out the Hawaiian shirt guy might be someone named Carlos. You think was it Leslie who lived in the tents in the jungle?
Oh, in the jungle.
Yeah. Do you think Leslie might know a Carlos? Do you know a Carlos?
I
Looks
don't
like this.
know any
Show
Carlos.
the picture of the blonde guy with the Hawaiian shirt. I'm guessing Pat doesn't recognize him.
Would I have known Carlos?
No.
I do not recognize him. But we can possibly try to find Leslie again.
Yeah, I think that might be our best bet before we get the chance to meet up with Vivian about the mages, is try to figure out who Carlos is and where Carlos might be, because Carlos probably has some answers for us, if Carlos is alive. Hufflepuff, huh? Yeah, let's head to the jungle.
Okay. You'll just say, okay, Cam.
Well, no, he says it out loud too, not just. That's funny.
What?
Okay,
Because
Cam.
before he was texting it, but now he's actually saying
He
it out
started
loud. That's
saying
pretty
it
funny.
he's like, call me JT. And he's like, okay, Cam.
Okay.
How do you spell cannabis?
Canabis.
Canibas?
Canabis.
Only
I
one.
thought there were
N.
two N's in there.
Yeah.
I thought there were two.
There's only one.
Oh.
Do you guys like
Well,
smoke
apparently,
weed?
I just smoke it. I don't.
Cannabis.
I don't read it. I just smoke. You know? Come on now.
Tried to autocorrect it to cannibals or Anubis.
I could see
Interesting.
how both of those would
I guess
be,
cannabis isn't recognized. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's go chat up Leslie again.
Cool.
And I imagine we would just head right back to kind of like where we were. I mean, there's no way that we're going to be able to find her during the morning. I mean, there's a chance we can, but I mean, the jungle sounds like it's quite big. So
If you say that to Cam.
no. This is just me talking to you.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you're gonna be able to head over there, and during the daytime, there's light. There's a bunch of people there. They're out and about. These aren't like nighttime creatures. They're humans, right? They, will be out and about during daytime, nighttime, whatever it is.
They
So if
don't
you're
have
gonna go over
computers.
there,
Can you call them human?
wow, they have cell phones, dude. Those are computers. Some of them probably have laptops. Some of them. So it'd be pretty funny if they had a desktop, but like,
I'm glad the werewolves aren't here.
Their desktop is nicer than
Wow.
mine.
it's probably true. Moving on. So, anyways, yeah, you that is categorically false, Snake. Sorry, you're a diurnal creature. You just fight your nature. So you, sir, are able to go there. And again, just trying to ask around for where she is. I'm not going to make you make any checks. You probably spend about like, a good 20, 30 minutes after you drive there. Do you park your car the same closest way, or do you learn your lesson and park further? Well,
Further.
even though nothing went wrong last time. You park further, walk in. Imagine like it's one of those things where Zeke sees like several spots that were like right next to the park that he could have parked in. But
He's just thinking about
that's
someone
fine.
hacking into his GPS, seeing, oh, he goes to the creepy doctor's house, and then he goes to the homeless tents. I'm sure he's up to plenty of good things.
So
Like,
you
Gonna buy a beater, gonna buy a beater, gonna buy a beater.
So you you go into the place 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it is. You eventually are able to track down where Leslie is, and she's there. So you kind of like you walk up to Leslie and say hi. So I'll let you guys start the interaction.
Zeke, do you want to start, or should I say?
Hi Leslie. Do you remember me? Like, just-
Now?
Hi, Leslie. We were here a few nights back.
Oh wait, yeah, you're the one that saved my friend's ass. Yeah.
Yes.
What's your name?
JT.
His name is JT. Like he'll say it like over you, but like a little bit louder.
I'll actually let out a big, like, obvious sigh when you say that.
But
He'll
she's
look
like,
at you, but like not in visual of her, and he'll give you the.
It doesn't matter. We're looking for Aurelius still, and we have a lead. We need to know. Do you recognize this guy in the Hawaiian shirt, blonde hair?
Carlos.
Yes. Do you know where we can find Carlos? If he has a phone number, an address, anything, his last name, even.
Why are you asking?
Because the last time we saw Aurelius anywhere, or we could find out where Aurelius was, he was at a coffee shop with Carlos.
You think that they were hanging out?
We think Carlos might have some information as to what happened with Aurelius after that. Or
Oh,
where
so
he was
this is
going.
about Aurelius. That's what it's about?
Yeah.
Why is Carlos missing too?
No. I saw Carlos not too long ago, but Carlos comes and goes. He does his thing.
Whatever his thing is, don't care. We're just trying to find Aurelius.
Yeah. Hold on. I don't listen. I don't got Carlos's number, but I know some people that do. But it's not easy doing this kind of work.
You're right. It's not easy. It's been a pain in the ass.
So
Can you break a 50?
how about I just take a 50?
You'll see.
For sure,
You'll see.
He'll just begrudgingly hand it over.
You'll see Zeke almost like offer it before him.
Zeke offers. Aren't you poor?
No, I live paycheck to paycheck, but this is important.
Oh, that's fair. Paycheck to paycheck. That's legit. Okay, cool.
doing
Thinking
my
about, he's gonna put your hand down, just thinking about the computer you have. Save up, buddy. There's things you need. Lots of things.
Okay. And
He'll look
and
at it
then-
almost kind of solemnly. And, okay. He'll put it like back in his pocket.
I love the idea that you're holding like one. Remember what the old 50s used to look like, where the numbers were small and whatnot.
It's 100% one of those.
It's like a blood stain on it, and Wade's got like a crisp, clean one, like just came out, has all the modern printing. And anyways,
Pissed off that he spent one the other day, so he went and stopped by the ATM on the way to get another 50, a couple 50s out. Because the bank gives 50s instead of 20s now, apparently.
yeah.
Yeah.
Seattle.
Some
maybe they
banks,
do.
some
I don't
banks
know.
have different denominations. So either way, so you go to, she takes the 50 in advance, and she goes, "Wait up," and then walks away. You guys are now stuck standing there where she left you, like, unless you're following her, where she left you, like, for about 10 minutes or so. Eventually she comes back to you and goes, so yeah, I was talking to people and Carlos got a couple of phone numbers. I'm not sure which one's legit, but if you want to just check and make sure one of them is real, if it's not, I'll keep asking. I don't mind.
Yeah. Zeke will try him on his phone.
Cool. She gives Zeke the different phone numbers. Zeke, you plug them in and more or less can like ask like, I don't know, what do you do with this Carlos sort of a thing?
Yeah, basically.
He just 100% didn't want to put these numbers on his phone with everything else he's been thinking about. So he's like, creepy doctor can have these numbers.
He was Zeke was actually going to just Google the numbers to see if it matched like looking up a lookup phone number thing and like last place of address and stuff like that.
You say that you're doing that, Cam would be very impressed after seeing your computer.
Again, he's not dumb with
Cam doesn't believe that.
Neither does Zeke.
So go ahead and roll me what's that? Technology and intelligence there, Pat.
He saw a flash of your intelligence when you were talking about medical stuff. Like he was kind of dumbfounded whenever you were just like a good doctor for a minute.
Technology and intelligence?
Yeah, yes, sir. Nice. So not only are you able to find some information, which I'll get to in a second, you forgot that you had like let's say a pending subscription. So we know those websites where you can pay to get people's information unlocked or whatever it is. It was one of those ones where you had credits. So almost like a hunter.io sort of situation where you had like a couple of credits saved up, or like a Rocket Reach or whatever, where you can have a couple of credits saved up. You're like, oh, cool. Let me just use these to unlock this. One of the numbers you don't waste your credit on because it's just a scam number. And so it's like, okay, good. I'm not going to even text that. It's literally a scam account number. Another one's literally a landline. So that's not it. Another one you find out that it might be it, but you can't confirm. And the last one, it shows that they're potential affiliation with specifically a Carlos. So you shoot a text to both of those. One of them responds back, nope. And a few minutes later, the other one responds back and says, who dis?
This is Zeke. I'm here with Leslie. And I'll send him a picture of me and Leslie, like a selfie.
Do you smile?
Yeah, but it's like one of those weird, awkward smiles because he's not very charismatic.
And Leslie has no idea you're even taking a photo?
Yeah, she's just like...
Yeah.
And Zeke's like obviously doing like a weird smile. Like anybody would be like, why
what are you doing, like Zeke? Why are you taking a
You
selfie?
can see like half of Cam's body just like...
Trying to get out of it, probably.
Yeah.
The moment he's got this going on.
It's like a blur.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Nice. So he texts back and goes, holy shit, the witch doctor? What up?
I think I found him, and he'll give the phone to Cam.
Not a whole lot. Wanted to meet and chat.
There's like a couple seconds, and then he texts back, personal or professional?
Yes.
Maybe both? Question mark.
I
am the witch doctor after
tell
all.
Him tell him we'll buy him lunch.
Also, lunch on me. Smiley face.
Do it, and then he would like no add more. Like he would say add more like.
And then he'll send a separate text of just smiley faces. It's kind of creepy.
He'll text back and says, heads up, I ain't gay, but sounds good. Free in 2 hours?
Yes. I'm not holding the phone, technically, Cam is.
Yeah, 2 hours is great. At the jungle? Question mark.
Nah, and he, like a minute passes, and it'll send you a he sends you all these freaking creepy smiley faces. What is it? A minute or so passes, and he sends you an address. And it says an address followed by a text that says 2 hours.
Using Zeke's phone, I'm gonna look up and see what that address is.
It's a nice restaurant, not like super fancy by any stretch, but like like a decent like local restaurant, like a decent barbecue place.
damn it, Zeke. This is actually a nice place.
I've
Open
got
up
this.
his wallet.
I've got this crisp 50. Go hold up to 50.
Don't worry about it. I'll just stop at an ATM and get some more cash out up on the way. You can just, God, get a new computer and maybe a new house. Save up that 50. Invest.
In those NFTs?
The fact you even know
God.
those letters is actually shocking to me. No.
That hurt me.
Like talking to your grandparents, like, oh, did you invest in those NFTs? You know that football player got paid in Bitcoin. Do you get paid in Bitcoin?
I have one whole Bitcoin. That'd actually be a lot of money.
Is it still? I was gonna say it used to be a lot. You know?
Yeah, no, it's still like fucking $30,000 plus.
Oh,
Like
okay.
if you had a whole Bitcoin, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you have a roll
money,
of Bitcoins, can you go take them to the bank?
I'll break it in half.
I mean,
God, I'm Zeke in real life.
yeah, apparently.
Pat, are you playing me? I'll be with
Did
you in
I
a
mention-
minute. I got a patience. We need to wrap this
Did
up.
I mention the slab leaks? I'm kidding.
No!
Otter, I haven't checked in months. But anyway, so so by the way, yeah, so you look it up. It's again, it's not fancy or anything like that, but it's like a nice like barbecue, like
I'll get
one of those places where you sit
down.
down. Yeah, okay, good. I was gonna say perfect. So in short, when you guys go there, do you like get there early to like grab a table, or do you want to like meet him at a table? Like, how do you want to do it?
I would be literally just riding with Wade. So
I thought by the ATM, drive around a lot to get my GPS all over the place, and then I'll go there on time.
So yeah, you
Stop
get
at
there
a
on time.
charging station for my Tesla.
Those are bad for your car. But either way, so you
I'll just get a new
You-
one, whatever.
Stations?
yeah, that's true. Fair enough. DC charging is bad for your battery. In the long term, but the short term, it's great. It's fucking amazing.
It's already 2021, so it's already a little outdated anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
6 months. Gotta scrap.
The good news is if you beat the shit out of your battery and it can't maintain at least, what is it, 80% of its charge in 6 years, then you get a new battery for free. So beat the fuck out of it so you can get a free new battery. Anyways,
Screw the environment, dude. I can get a free battery.
yeah, that's right. Who cares whether the practices
I'll
were
buy an
used to mine that
environment. I
lithium?
don't care. Whatever.
So anyways, you guys go there, and when you go in, he's already sitting at a booth, already has a drink in front of him, and when you guys come walking in, so funny enough, he's wearing another Hawaiian shirt, not the same one as the first night, as the one in the image or whatever, but he's wearing another Hawaiian shirt, and he's sitting there, and so you guys go in, and when you come walking in, and you know, it's one of those like you see him because his like backs to the. Yeah, his back's to the door, so you see him before he sees you. So when you kind of come around and like, kind of like a hey, as you go over to the booth or whatever he's sitting at, he'll look up and be like, "Witch Doctor, hey, funny meeting you." And then he looks at Cam and he goes, "I know you. How do I know you?"
He's
Everyone
famous.
thinks they do. I look. No, I'm not. Everyone thinks I look like Cam.
We're on
something or other.
we're on a commercial or something.
This is JT. He'll just like exclaim.
No, I just happen to look like someone who's pretty famous.
All right, cool. I already ordered appetizers. I figured you boys would be hungry.
Already started drinking too. Lunch is on me. Want a refill?
It says, "Aren't you just the sweetest? Have a seat. Let's talk."
Well, Zeke promised lunch, and I promised to pick it up, so might as well be generous, right?
Yeah, no, it's great. So listen, I'm just gonna cut to the chase here. You're coming in and you're buying lunch. I appreciate that, but now you're just talking about you throwing down money. So I want to know: are you trying to cut me out of? Oh, and he looks up as the waitress comes over. Oh, good. The two of you arrived. Did you know what you wanted to get already? Did you need a minute?
Water to drink, Cobb salad. Zeke.
I'll have what he's having. He'll point at Carlos.
Carlos goes, 2 full racks of ribs. So I guess that's 4 full racks. He says, looking at you, Zeke.
I guess so.
All right. I'm definitely getting the cornbread, coleslaw. Give me some of that. What do they call that? Texas. That Texas. She says caviar.
Toast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the Texas caviar. I'm telling you, it looks like it's healthy. I'm telling you, it's good. It's good.
I'll take
Anything
a
else?
shot with my water, actually, if I could.
Sure. Do you know what enough? He goes, hold on, my turn. And a side Caesar. You know, you gotta have salad in there. And he looks at Zeke like, you too? And she looks at you like, you too?
Top shelf something. Doesn't matter.
Dealer's choice?
I've got this tequila. It's called Alien.
And he goes, hey, listen, I think this is about to be an amazing lunch. Why don't you get a round? We'll all do it together. And she's like, looks to make sure everybody's okay with it. And she walks away with a big smile. You gentlemen, let me know if you need anything else. Which, of course, no problem. And she walks away to go put in a big ass order. You didn't even look at the menu, but a full rack of ribs goes for like $27. So
thought I need 200. Got out 400. Hopefully 400's enough.
So anyways, he looks up at you and goes, where were we?
You were thinking we're about to cut you out of something, but no, in all honesty, we actually just want to ask you about one of your buddies. I assume one of your buddies, at least a coffee buddy. A guy named Aurelius.
You a cop? Because if you're a cop, you gotta tell me that shit.
No, we're friends of Aurelius's, and we're trying to find him.
No, wait, no, hold on, hold up. I watched a YouTube video about that. One of those like check the badge kind of YouTube channels, and they said that's bullshit. If you were an undercover cop, you don't have to tell me you're a cop. So if I ask you you're a cop, you ain't gonna even tell me the truth.
I guess if I was a cop, I would lie to you probably, but I'm not a cop, so it's moot. You think the witch doctor is a cop?
Yeah, that's a good point.
He means he thinks you're a cop.
Well, yeah, but
get it, but we.
Zeke, this guy clean?
Yeah, you should see his car. Very clean.
Oh yeah, what's he driving?
He's been driving my hearse. He's had it very clean.
Don't. He's been working really hard lately. Just trying to find Aurelius, and caught wind that you might have been the last one to see him before something happened to him. Over by the airport.
Yeah. Oh. So Aurelius. So hold up. You're not coming in and trying to like buy out my business or nothing.
Don't care about your business. I want to know nothing about your business. I don't care if you're selling drugs, selling people. Not my business right now. Just looking for Aurelius.
And he looks over at Zeke and he goes, so you ain't trying to get supplies or nothing? This is literally just about Aurelius.
Yeah, we heard he was a little bit in trouble and it concerns a patient of mine. So we're just trying to help.
Yeah, okay, so listen, this is what happened. Aurelius, he let's just say he visits me for some business, right? And I always get him when he needs. He's always good for it. Sometimes I lend him, sometimes he pays back, whatever it is. He's a good guy. And he's a good customer. So anyways, Aurelius decided that he was he wanted to maybe see if he can get into the game some. I didn't think he was cut for it, but I figured he's a good guy. We get along, we hang out. I'd show you. I mean, he lives in the jungle, So I was like, fuck it. I'll introduce him to my guy. So I introduced it to him, and it just fucking goes nuts. And I mean fucking nuts. Like, we're talking, like, they start arguing real quick. Aurelius fucking pulls out a knife and tries to stab the guy. The guy starts fucking bleeding and laughing. It's fucking crazy. And the waitress is like standing there looking like concerned and holding her serving tray. And she's like, I've got those drinks for you. And she like puts down the shots and
we're just telling
the water.
Campfire stories. Don't mind us.
Okay. Appetizers will be out in a minute. And she walks away. And he's like, yeah, thanks, doll. So he's like, listen, like I said, where was he? Oh yeah, he's like stabbing the guy, and the guy's like laughing while he's getting stabbed. It was fucked. But then it turned. Like the guy got stabbed like twice. But despite that, like literally grabs Aurelius and like smashes him on the ground. At this point, I'm just like, I'm out. And so I start fucking, backing off. I got out of there. I hear like, I swear it sounded like screeching or like crunching or something. I don't know what the fuck it was. I look back. I don't see anything anymore. All I know is that the, what was it? I swear I saw something like running across like the runway or whatever it was, like over on the airport side. But I didn't look back too much. So all I know is I like introduced Aurelius to my guy and he just went nuts. So
he just started trying to stab this guy, then the guy retaliated by slamming him down.
Yeah, like I slammed him on the ground, threw him up against the pole, the light broke, and that's when I was like, I'm out. I'm not staying there and watching that shit. But now here's the crazy thing, like I haven't seen or heard from Aurelius since, and so I'm feeling kind of guilty because like I introduced him, but at the same time though, I haven't seen my guy either. So I don't know what happened, but now I don't have, like, I'm still trying to, I got people, but they just ain't the same. So now I'm trying to find out who I got to replace him with because he's not around to give him my shit.
I know you may not like this, but I think for us to help, we'll need your contacts information.
You mean you trying to find my guy or you trying to find
If we can find your guy, that means your business starts to do better.
If we can find, do you know the guy's name that Aurelius was stabbing?
Zeke does.
Zeke would almost look a little confused.
No. I said that out of game, not in game.
Oh, okay.
You know the werewolf's name.
Right.
Yeah. Did you guys not write it down? You had Aurelius as Taylor. Oh no, you never got his real name.
We never got his
That's
name.
right. Oh, okay, cool. So I was like, wait, I don't have that right
I'm
there.
confused. We knew it was a werewolf, but we never got his information on what.
Hold on 1 second. I have it right here. I just gotta scroll up to where I have it. So give me a second.
All I know is you worked on him. I don't know any other details about him.
I forgot. Yeah, you didn't actually know who it was.
I would know it. Like I would know it, but you never gave me the information. You said it was. Oh no, you said it was a John Smith or something like that. He came in with no name.
Yeah, he gave you a bullshit name, but I actually do have his real name. So you'll have to make a check to get it off of this guy.
Okay.
Because you're asking somebody to more or less give up their dealer's name. That's.
Yeah, sure. What's the role?
Persuasion.
I'll try to word it like this.
Yeah.
If he's like hesitant, look, again, don't care about your business at all. Helping, hurting, whatever. We're just trying to find Aurelius. This guy might know something. You give me his name. Maybe we can get both of them back to you so you can wheel and deal all you want and get your stuff flowing again. But we need that name.
Yeah, go ahead and roll that. So what you just said right there would be a charisma and persuasion. Pat, you can try to aid in some way. I don't know if you try to chime in the least bit or.
Yeah, I mean, I would try to also chime in saying like, we're not really here for your business. The faster we can find your friend and your dealer, the faster you can get back to doing work. So.
Yeah, Wade, you can get a +1 from him chiming in. Yeah. He's like, listen, I don't want to, what's insight in this game too? Because I'm going to give you his response. So, wits plus insight then? Okay. And I'm going to give you my response and then how you can, interpret that afterwards.
You want me to roll it before or after?
Yeah. You guys go ahead and roll. And while you're rolling, he says, listen, I'm not just going to go and give the name out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know what you're trying to do. I get it.
Doctor friend confidentiality. Almost like trying to assure him, like, whatever you say will only stay between us.
Yeah. He does say, by the way, you can roll your insight as well, Pat. Okay. Insight wits.
I didn't know if that was just a me thing or a roll.
No, both of you guys can.
Is it a 1 modifier or 0 modifier?
0 on that one. It's just insight
0
plus wits.
Cool. So he says, listen, I can't just like go giving out information like this, right? Like this is like, what if you are some fucking cop? Like I can't just give this information to you. I'm sorry. Like, but that's That's a
If you do
no-go.
5 minutes of research, you know the witch doctor here, no offense, Zeke, isn't even fully licensed to practice. How do you think he gets his supplies? Same thing.
And just so you know, I'll react to that in a second. Just so you know, for both of you, Cam, you know, obviously he's just being like dodging because like if you give up who your supplier is, somebody else tries to go to your supplier directly, they can fuck with that whole bit, right? But Pat, what you're able to get up is you're like, oh, okay, he just doesn't fully trust us yet. But if I let him know, like, because you know that his supplier was this feral, though you're obviously not going to explain it to him. You actually worked on his supplier afterwards. And so you can actually possibly use that little tidbit of information to your advantage. There's your wits insight roll. But Wade, when you delivered that line, I'm going to hold that for a second. Does Pat chime in or say anything else before I continue?
I know for a fact that his dealer was a werewolf.
You know that for a fact they were a feral or a Therian. Yeah.
Okay.
But you obviously wouldn't say that to him.
You worked on his dealer, is what you know.
Right, but I know that
Yeah.
for a fact it was a dealer, correct?
You know that person was the same person that Wade saw in the parking lot, and he is telling you that was a dealer. So,
Okay.
yes.
Your friend is about, or your dealer's about, and I would describe measurements and like hair color and stuff like that. And he was probably last seen wearing this, and like, you know, giving details that probably only I would really know. Does that sound about right?
Shit. Yeah.
I have no interest, nor does my friend JT here, in trying to.
Just his name.
Well, he said to call him JT, not when we're in public. So I've been just.
Oh, I thought you kept changing his name to like. Okay, but anyways,
No.
keep going.
I've since we met this guy, I've only been calling him JT. Me and my friend JT here have no will or want to, you know, overthrow you or steal your man. He's just right now a person of interest between us and one of my patients. He was one of my patients. I'm just trying to hook up back with him. Nothing more, nothing less. You can trust me. You know and he would almost pause, my reputation here.
All right.
And you can tell he gets a little bit more serious when he says that.
He goes, I know where you live. So, and he just kind of like lets that linger as he pulls out his cell phone. And then he goes,
And you know I will
shit.
always be there.
Shit.
I hide from no one. Almost like not like a rebuttal or anything like that, but like a guarantee that if anything goes wrong, he'll always be there. Not like in a threatening aura or anything.
Yeah, he said it in a threatening way. You said it in like a kind way, right?
Yeah.
Like you can always come to me. Anyways, so as he's unlocking his cell phone, he like goes, oh shit, to always be in there, huh? And he picks up the shot because you guys haven't done your shot yet. Okay, you lift it up.
Yeah, Zeke would do as well.
You
I've
guys
got my
take your
cat
shot.
on me, so I can't really.
It's I honestly I haven't been in restaurants in years, and I definitely don't drink out at restaurants because it's fucking expensive. But I want to say like a top shelf, one of the most expensive ones you could typically find is Crystal Skull, which is funny because it's like it's not even as good.
What?
Crystal Skull's not even good. No, but it's fucking expensive at restaurants. It's not even that good. Why what?
Oh, nothing. No, I don't want to get detracted. We had Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about it, but whatever.
Yeah, it's not that
Never
good,
saw it.
but it's super popular. So, either way. What was that? It's not what?
Nothing.
Okay, cool. At least it was years ago when I managed restaurants.
I don't
And
know.
Things could have
anybody
changed.
that orders Crystal Skull.
Yeah, because it's gross.
Is that the one
It's
Dan
not good.
Aykroyd made?
Yeah, it's Dan Aykroyd.
Yes, it's
Oh.
not, and it's not good. But it's been what 6 years since
It
I
is a
managed
nice looking
restaurants. So.
bottle. I mean, that's true. That's about
It's a
it.
nice bottle, and
All right. Does he give us
Moving
a
on.
name?
Oh, you know what? I could actually be an absolute dick. We can go. It's it's Johnny Walker Green again, or Johnny Walker Blue. She gave you guys shots of Johnny Walker Blue again. Shitty. It's gross because it's fucking blended Scotch. But Johnny Walker Blue goes for like $50 a shot. So sorry. Blech.
Great shot.
Give me a single malt.
name?
All right. So, anyways, Dave. Yeah, he goes. All right. Listen. What's your number? I'll text you his contact info.
name Rosin. Interesting.
No, it's actually Finn Klendagi. I'm gonna write it down right here. So I actually had it. I literally, when I came up with the name, I actually texted to my wife, and she literally goes, Vito. And I was like, what? She goes, oh, I thought you were naming our next pet. And I was like, no, I just needed to put this somewhere, and I totally wasn't at my
Become
computer
a
at the time.
famous chef, and you can order your fries like Finn doggy
Lockwood.
style.
My favorite.
It's Finn Klindagi, and he gives you his cell phone number.
Cool. I don't think I would do anything with it just yet. He
Yeah, we're
does.
not gonna call him right now.
So he
I'm
just
not gonna
texts
call
you.
him
He
now. I would
texts
do
you
the
that
same-
info.
I would do the same lookup thing that I did earlier.
Yep, use your last credit. And it's one of those things where you can see that the phone number has only been active for about 3 months, but there's no name associated with it or anything like that. Like, more or less, this person was smart enough to more or less use a burner phone, and so that typical lookup version, yeah, the typical like lookup information sort of thing doesn't give information as easily. So,
And Finn here hasn't gotten back to you, texted you, called you, or anything since that night.
I mean, I called him once, left a voicemail. I texted him twice. You also don't want to piss the guy off, right? Like, I've heard stories about, people pissing him off.
Fair enough. Also good to know. Well,
listen, I'm just letting you know, the people that Finn rolls with, like, you don't want to go messing with that pack. They are an intense group.
Thank you for the warning. Almost like kind of chipper.
Yeah.
Not
And then
chipper,
she,
but, like, appreciative that he's giving us a warning.
I put a note in my character here. Warned by Carlos not to mess with Finn's pack of friends. ... Rot-row in all caps.
She comes over and she puts down the 3 appetizers that he ordered, because of course he ordered 3. Don't get me wrong, like, it looks really good. Like, it looks really good. But like, one of the appetizers he ordered was pork belly, which, if you've never had pork belly before, it's fucking good. It's also not cheap.
That's not true.
I'm expecting it not to be a very 4 racks of ribs. Okay,
Oh,
I know I'm
racks of
paying
ribs.
for a lot.
Pork belly
Yeah.
by itself.
Depends on where you go, Pat. Depends on where you go.
Okay, well, let's unless there's anything else you want to talk about, I'm fine skipping through the rest of lunch.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. Unless, if there's something else you're going to ask him or whatever it is, he just chats with you guys about shit that you just don't care about, and he asks questions that you just don't want to answer, and so on and so forth. And one point in time, he does point at you with a rib, with barbecue sauce on his face, and he goes, "I swear I've seen your face before. I swear. You sure? You sure I don't know you?"
I don't know who
Yeah,
I
I
look
don't
like,
know.
but I must look like someone.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me a manipulation plus what's lying? Is it subterfuge for lying? It's subterfuge just lying, yeah.
I thought it was subterfuge.
Yeah.
Subterfuge or persuasion, I guess, yeah.
No, it's subterfuge, yeah. And I have to roll for his wits plus awareness. No, wits plus insight. While the character's obnoxious, he is, of course, somebody who has to have a bit of streetwise. So I'll roll mine for me. Give me 1 second. Boop. Oh, I have some dice already there. That's only 2 successes. It's a 6 and a 9. 69, baby, and then there's a 3 and a 2.
Tied?
Yeah, so it's tied, 2 successes. Ties go to PCs, so you win. Yep.
Sweet.
I just can't involve the dice tower in the future for that. It's too hard for you guys, for anybody to read, so I'll eliminate the dice tower
If
from
you
showing that
had
in
like
the
a
future.
separate
Cool,
camera
that's
to just like
hard to see it.
zoom in.
Yeah, that is a separate camera, right? But
No, I'm saying
unfortunately,
with the separate camera, you just need to zoom in.
fucking Logitech, every time I try to get the software for that, it always like fucking breaks and corrupts the drivers. It's so annoying. So I'm just going to bring it closer and get rid of the dice tower instead of showcasing the cool tower. But back to you guys. So yeah, you get that information, so on and so forth. You're able to walk out with it. We're coming to the close of the session. But we definitely, if you want to make that phone call first,
I don't
you can do
think
that.
He wants to make it yet. I think he wants to do some research first before he does.
Sure. Awesome. So, what would your character say? Or do? So when you leave that place, Wade, it's one of those things where, including gratuity and so on, you're definitely shelling out over $300. Like, he orders another round of shots. You probably say, I don't need one, or whatever it is. But yeah, like, it's well over $300 you end up spending at that place. And you're just like, what the fuck?
I'll walk out and, Zeke, did you enjoy lunch?
It was very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Quit offering people lunch. And he'll, like, pat you on the back.
This is the first person that offered me lunch. Or that I offered lunch.
Great.
Not being like a smart ass, but just stating like, I didn't.
Don't make a habit of it.
Okay. Okay, Cam.
Scott, after this, you're going to owe me lunch.
Dude, I'm gonna be doing this okay, Cam, with like the other like Messi and Reen. They're gonna be like, why do you keep saying that?
You look better without the hoodie on. Now you look like a sad old Belichick again.
You do.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. So you get as you're walking out, if this day couldn't get any fucking worse, you sit in your Tesla and you get a text message. You look at it and it's from Lance and it says one image. You unlock your phone and look.
Yeah.
Okay, you unlock your phone and look. He sends you what looks like fatigues, but in all the spots where they would be like gray for like the style of military fatigues that they are, instead of having a gray there, it's like a somewhat cut off, cropped off, like zoomed in picture of a camera. And it literally has the caption of the text comes with Cam O. And it's literally looks like camouflage fatigues. But again, it's half like that greenish kind of different colors, and then like where it would be gray, it's a picture of a camera.
He'll reply, ha ha, ... Don't quit your day job. And then he'll put, seriously, don't.
He takes back, he goes, I'm a hunter. But jokes aside, I ordered some of these. Looks like I got it at your site. And like he'll send you a link, and then you realize like it's a site for somebody selling like knockoff cam stuff.
Not my
it's like,
site. These are rip-offs.
but then like looking through the site, you realize like technically speaking, nothing is against the. It's like fuck. None of this is actually. Fuck.
I'll send it to the legal team. They'll deal with it.
Yep.
Not my problem.
Oh shit! I'll see if I can get a refund. Like, thanks, Lance.
I always say that like I have a personal legal team.
Well, you send it to the management. I think, right? What are you, like a management company?
Team.
Yeah. Yes. I sent it to Molly. Molly, can you look into this, please?
Upstairs.
Nope.
Molly, they stole my stuff.
I'm not a man, Wade.
You're the man
I'll
of
make
the
you my
house.
bitch.
Wow.
Anyways,
Molly would
anything
text me
your
that,
characters.
probably.
So anyways, would you guys want to do anything else for the rest of the session?
I mean, the whole 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a decent stopping point.
I feel
Cool.
like
Then
it's also a
then I will end with as you're like dealing with that whole thing, Pat, you're actually going to get another text back, and says from somebody you spoke to I think yesterday or earlier today. It texts back and says back in town on Saturday. Want to meet up?
Not talking to orc women. Sorry.
It's for Vivian.
Oh, I figured. Yeah, can do. Name
then,
the place. I have been told not to suggest lunch.
You say it out loud while you're typing it.
Yeah, he's like speaking.
You just don't offer to pay for it. It's fine.
It sends another text. Correction. Can do lunch. Cannot offer my friend to pay.
You get back like
Awkward
three
selfie again.
3 sushi emojis.
Me getting out of the way again.
Oh, if you sent a selfie, I don't know Rena's character, but knowing Rena the PC, her response would be something like, so cute, love the hair, or something like that, right? Like she would just point out something that to say that's complimentary.
What do you mean? Every character she's played with me has been emotionless.
This character
That is
actually
very
has a
true,
lot of
she
emotion,
has.
I think. But knowing
That'll be
Rena,
interesting.
it'd be super nice.
She was a witcher and a droid, so I don't know.
And both of those characters were very talkative.
The only thing the droid felt was pain from dealing with Messi's character.
That's true. That's true. All right, cool. So as we finish up the session, two things I want to say. One, the video from session 1 has already been uploaded. It's almost done processing. It's just standard definition process. I'm still waiting for HD.
Streaming, you son of a...
I did it while you guys are yelling at me. Like,
Oh my
literally
God.
while you're yelling at me, I did it. So, it'll probably be up tomorrow, for everybody. And then 2, don't forget, we do have our sponsor, Dodrago Gaming. You can go totally swing by. It's actually, the link is on there. Get you 10% off. And like I said, until I'm out of them every stream, I'll start and end with opening the advent calendar. So hopefully I get a D10 so I can use it moving forward. I opened the 1 last time. I'm going to open the 2 this time.
That makes
This
sense.
advent calendar.
That is
and
procedurally.
so this is all Dyson. Yes! It's a D10! But it's a D100. But I can still use it. Camera,
Yay.
zoom.
Whoop, whoop.
It's a D100, so I can actually use it. Oh, no, that one, I mean, it's well done. It's got, what are those, like a holly or whatever all around it?
Oh, you got grandpa palms. What are we looking at?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Grand palms.
Not the grand palms. You can see.
Let's see how it shows up
rays
on
and wrinkles.
over here.
Hey, I can see what the color of that dice is different with this camera.
Yeah, I won't lie. I can still read those other 4 by looking directly at my monitor, not at the die. I can't read that, but maybe when I have it closer to the camera in the future, I can.
If
So
only we had somebody
awesome.
in person who could look at that dice and read it.
well, I can do that.
Can you?
He's evolving, chat.
It's a 20, so 2, because so it's technically a D10, but okay,
Hey,
cool.
You rolled a 20 and a D10. That's a super crit.
Yep. All right. So next time I'll have it so it's the camera is closer up. It works better. But either way, awesome. Don't forget to copy and paste that name that's inside of Roll20 chat. Let's find somebody to raid so we can get the fluff out of here.
Listen to Distractable. I'm supposed to be promoting it a lot. So
Oh, yeah,
this is me
Distractable.
promoting it a lot. Listen to it. Listen to it. Listen to it.
Listen to it.
Thank you.
Listen to it. Put you back into it. No. All right.
We
Let's see.
released a
Ooh.
2-hour episode about Bob being naked in a bathhouse recently. So
Nice.
Let's go raid a VTuber friend. So, bye everybody. Bye.